Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here with some more 3v3v3. We are just getting everything set up. We're having the players join the game, and we are about to start drafting. The draft chat is up. Let's actually just remind everyone that the... Let's... Alright. So, we are live, everyone. Okay. Now, we have a bit of a situation, which is that we have a draft coming in, and these are our kind of old power rankings. To be fair, we would change a few things up here. This is probably not exactly how we'd have it, but I think it's overall kind of a good understanding of, you know, who's going to be strong in the 3v3v3 context specifically. We're going to let the players know that you can start drafting when they would like. And we're expecting to see France go first, but we are seeing an interesting kind of phenomenon. What is updated on these scores is the win percentages. You, of course, get pulled towards a 50% win rate if you get second place, you get 0% if you get third, and you get 100% if you get first. This is how the win percentages are calculated. That is also not the right image, is it? Hold up. Hold the phone. We have a more updated one where we see France is kind of moving down a little bit. Austria and Prussia are moving up a little bit in the world, and it seems to be specifically the combo of the two that's particularly good, because you can guarantee the Germany formation as long as no one forms Confederation of the Rhine, which is going to be pretty good, and so that's going to be, and it seems that if anyone forms Germany, they just win the session if it's a one-session thing. So, it'll be, so that's going to be kind of how things go. France is drafted first as well, and we will also catch up with the chat a little bit. May the biggest cheese win, true. Test all the tests. We also, oh, did we not... We did switch. We are live, right? Yeah, okay, we're live, I do have to enter stuff into the spreadsheet as drafts come in, so we are going to put France in, and we are going to put their GDP up. We will, again, see France picked first. Now, France is just categorically just very strong. They have an enormous population, they have the biggest land army, and it's just going to... make a lot of sense for a lot of teams to go France first, and this is kind of why you go for first pick, but I think that in terms of the metagame, what we might see is a lot of third pick Prussia and Austria, and you notice Prussia and Austria are pretty low on kind of the pick like category here, that we have them here in terms of the rankings, and I still think for the most part Prussia and Austria are pretty weak, you know, on their own. And this is in the context of just evaluating their individual power levels, but together you can guarantee Super Germany. So you are going to have a bit of a situation where maybe it makes a lot of sense to go both of these from like a strategic perspective, even though you're not going to have as much individual power level. And I think that one of the really important inflection points for this is that you... Oh my god, I'm blanking. Oh, yeah, okay. Is that Austria is actually decent in military once they get skirmish infantry. So you're only vulnerable the first 3 to 4 years specifically. And so this is going to be... you can kind of wait and then go for something else. We see a pick of USA and Prussia for the third and fourth picks from teams 3. So they aren't going for the combo, leaving Austria on the table, which is, it seems fine enough. USA has been an interesting one. USA, we have just seen historically perform very, very poorly overall, as you could tell from the win percentages. And we've seen them perform a little bit better kind of on the most recent patch. So this includes a lot of kind of earlier stuff, and so it is going to be a little bit better. USA Prussia, yeah. I wouldn't draft USA Prussia here. I would probably rather go for USA Qing, something like that. Austria is going to gatekeep Team 3 from forming North German Fed. I imagine this is going to be a bit of a vibe. But if you can form North German Fed, it makes sense. And also, you're not putting a target on your back with this. And so maybe there's some more diplomatic reason for doing this. We do see pick 5 goes Austria. But maybe there's some sort of diplomatic reason for drafting like this, which is that if you draft Austria-Prussia, I actually think you should get kicked around at game open, and people should just ignore China. If you don't draft Austria-Prussia together, then there's no reason to kick around Prussia at game start, and this makes the China pick more vulnerable. And so this leaves a kind of Team 2 in a little bit of an awkward spot. We're kind of expecting to see them pick up China, but what do they pick up? China EIC? I mean, that would be a vibe. That would be an interesting kind of sort of pick. And so Team 3, the thing is I think they're just giving up a lot of power level here, which is that USA Prussia, like, USA is an interesting one, is that picking Austria here over Russia seems like a mistake. I think I would have preferred Russia, just generally speaking, but Austria is... If you have France-Austria, Austria's weakness militarily at game start is never going to be a problem. So... But I think I would prefer Russia as well, to kind of your point. Unless you're trying to deny it to them. So I guess, actually, Team 2 is probably going to pick up Russia and China. Wow, UK, Russia, China on one team. That actually just seems crazy. Russia and China are the picks. Yep, locked in. That is maybe going to be really strong. Just kind of looking at it on the paper. And, okay, what's the plan to get in on them? That's actually also just like a difficult team to get in on and enforce on. And so, Russia, China it is. Russia, China it is. And China, to some extent, as far as score goes, benefits quite a bit from the changes to subsistence farms, which is that their GDP start is going to be a lot lower than it was before. And so, we do see... a little bit of an interesting move here. Yeah, UK, Russia, China, just like, it looks so strong. The thing is okay, if you're going to catch and release China, so you're going to transfer all of China over to your teammate, annex them, and then release them to give them a little bit better tech. Do you do it with UK? UK has a ton of institutions, so I guess you maybe do it with Russia, so the tech's a little bit worse, but okay, it seems fine enough. Last game as well. UK, Russia, China was Team 2 last game as well. It seems very strong to me. But maybe I'm missing something. I think the texture has changed a little bit from last game, though, in the sense that Austria and Prussia are not on the same team. So I'm expecting to see an EIC draft out of Team 3. And then curious what we're going to see from Team 1. Maybe the Spain pickup. I think I like Spain a little bit better than Belgium here. You can pick Belgium, though. Everyone wants to Belgium sometimes. You could also conquer Suez to get rid of the bureaucracy problem. You mean the convoy problem? Oh, yeah, there is the Suez exploit. I forgot to put that in the rule set change. I think that should be, I think we're going to ban that, but this will be legal for now. This is the catch and release China player on their team. I suspect they plan on using the Suez exploit to ignore bureaucracy. Yep, that's not in the rule set right now. And so I guess that we might showcase it a little bit. because this happened in the Tarkus game. I wasn't there for it. Generally speaking, we like to let something get abused at least once before banning it outright. And so we will remind the players that Team 3 is picking, because they are they have 8th pick, and so it is on them. Suez buggy bug, yeah, basically. I haven't seen exactly precisely how the exploit works in terms of mechanically how you execute it, but you can make it so you ignore bureaucracy, just as long as you don't finish the canal. There's like some sort of overflow thing. Someone in chat almost, I think Connor, yeah, Connor's in chat. Connor knows exactly how it works in the YouTube chat, so he might share with the rest of the class. So we're seeing, I mean, expecting to see EIC on, expecting to see EIC here for Team 3, which leaves, kind of the pick is, or the thing to consider now is, are they considering something other than EIC? That'd be crazy, right? Their team's already just like super vulnerable. They have like very little military power on Team 3 at game start, but also very little reason to mess with them. Also, so far we have yet to see kind of crazy Diplo opener, like Diplo influencing the draft, where you intentionally go a bad draft for the purposes of Diplo. Other than just not drafting China, I suppose. We've seen that quite a few times. So, we also had investment rights incident last time. It was only half successful, though. Yeah, but that's a skill issue. You just shouldn't give investment rights to other players. Yeah, you shouldn't give investment rights. We see EIC and Spain, so kind of a little bit what we were expecting. We'll make sure that everyone is, tell everyone to select their country, and then we will brain issue is more like it. Yeah. I mean, is there a substantive difference that we want to draw between a brain issue and a skill issue? Wow, EIC only starts out with 40 million GDP. Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We did not have one of the players in the game. Or I don't have eyes. I also don't have eyes, but... Okay, we are getting the logistics handled. Handling logistics and trying to talk to chat, I don't think you guys can fully appreciate how much of a multitask this feels like, but, like, this is certainly a vibe. We also do see, you know, okay, one of the things that was looking, maybe this is what Team 3 was thinking about for so long. One of the things that looks good about USA Prussia is actually you have a really small starting GDP, and so maybe they were thinking of trying to retain the small starting GDP for a really big growth percentage, because if you have a really small team starting GDP, then what will end up happening is, you know, if you conquer stuff, that will be worth way more from a score perspective. But instead we see France, Austria, and Spain have the smallest starting GDP and probably the strongest military here at game start. Now, once China has better tech, it will probably be Team 2. But even then, USA, Prussia, EIC is probably weaker than France, Austria, Spain. So, you know, France can kind of pull their weight a little bit. Team 2 looks pretty good, honestly. Yeah, I think I would agree, generally speaking, but I don't like to talk about it too much because we are going to start a poll. Who won the draft? The poll is on the YouTubes. because we can display the poll over time rather than just having it lost in all of oblivion. I think we did get a baboop. Trying to multitask a little bit here. Alright, everyone's in game. Here we're going to click observe. And we're going to say 5-minute timer. Woyotech is in Team 2. There's a little bit of some controversy. Whoever picks Spain, please avenge me. Basically. Oh wait, holy shit. No setup time. I accidentally unpaused instead of the timer. That was my bad. Okay. Hopefully that did not give the EIC the breakup event instantly. Hide the Excel, please. Please. I'm so disappointed in the lack of Shewa. We are not expecting to see Shewa. Okay. Hopefully that didn't interfere with anyone. If that interfered... let's see, who is Team 2?
We got 5 minutes to do this.
You guys have to release EIC first action.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I forgot about that.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll release it.
Yeah, we weren't aware that, like, the session already started.
Yeah, I accidentally clicked on pause instead of, starting my timer. Apologies. Yep. We definitely have the skill issue on me. White mode Discord feels, Discord Devil feels weird, man. I gotta switch that. It like, does hurt my eyes. So, Tuodros Space Marines with modern tech, is that what I'm hearing? So, the theoretical, if you could get Tuodros to live until you get planes, there is an event that gives a general plus 30 offense. So you can actually get plus 60 offense. What are the teams? The teams are Team 1. I assume you mean the countries, or let's have this kind of frame of reference here. We see Team 1 is France, Austria, and Spain. Team 2 is UK, Russia, China, and Team 3 is USA, Prussia, EIC. And we are voting who we think kind of won here. And so I will give my thoughts on it, like, kind of more conclusively after the poll runs for a little bit, I think. Team 1 with a free Italian unification. Wait, they don't have an Italian country? What do you mean? They have Spain. Technically, you can't form Iberia, though. Iberia is not nothing. I mean, it's not that much, but it's not nothing. In terms of you can subjugate Portugal. You start out with a defensive pact with the UK, but seeing the UK honor that would be a little bit weird. Team 1 with an Italy unification. Actually, I kind of like the Italy unification. I in my head, I was like, they don't have an Italian country. Yeah, so they can take France, they can just conquer Sardinia, Piedmont, and then they can annex all of Spain as France, and then release Spain with French tech and laws as Sardinia, Piedmont, and they can do this relatively uninterfered with, and then they will have easy Italy unification, especially because Austria gatekeeps Italy. They have Austria on their team, so they can guarantee Italy unification, and then they have a block that is just like all here in the middle. So that is kind of hot. Yeah, someone in chat says Spain gets released as Italian, basically. Did my ears deceive me? No, they did not. And so, okay, we will see East India Company. East India Company is choosing to retain the subjects, which is fair enough. This is a choice. You can make it.
It's me. Sorry to interrupt really quickly.
Yeah.
Can we next game put a rule in to where if the game's paused on game start, like you can't transfer stuff? Because I can't. Only I have an interest to stop this, and I think it's a bad play because it favors a China release strat.
Yes, it does.
Yes, yeah.
I agree with your evaluation.
Okay.
It also favors drafting China with someone who has an interest already in the region. As of right now, I'm not planning on making it against the rules, though.
Okay.
Yeah. And that is the timer. We are off. So the idea here is that they are transferring all of China's territory to Great Britain and Russia, who are then going to turn around and release Great Qing. We're going to go speed 4, as long as there are no player wars, and then we will maybe take a look at China's GDP as it drops to nothingness, as they slowly transfer all of their territory away, as one does. Feels like he's asking for something to be banned every session. Joey's only been here for like 2 sessions. What do you mean? The whole idea of these games is basically that anything goes. Yeah. This is definitely the spirit of the thing. And so... we do see no attempt to slow this down. So we are going to see China catch and released. We do see, the EIC has imploded. The guy didn't realize that he had to release all of his subjects. And so this is going to be really, really, really not so good for Team 3. There's kind of no other way of putting it. This is going to be a huge... They're now playing as Bengal here. So this is one of the... having to understand this is one of the reasons why they're so hard to play. But they now have 9 billion GDP because all your territory gets transferred to your states. And we see Russia-Punjab war, which seems fine enough. But this is not the vibe. And so Team 3, on top of having Prussia and USA, which are... I think Prussia's an excellent pick. I think USA is probably a little bit weaker than we have it in the power rankings. Surely we don't have the power rankings up there anymore. No, we don't. It's a little bit worse than we maybe have it in the power rankings. I think that the win rate's historically been really bad. We haven't really get to see migration pop off. That's kind of what I thought might be the case. We do see a pause from Graham. I'm assuming this is based on a war, but this is going to be particularly... This is going to be rough. Who's King Graham playing? He's playing Austria. Austria? Why are we pausing? We might have to investigate that. Why are we paused?
I don't know.
Okay. Team 3 has now lost the game? Probably. I mean, so here's the thing. They start with around 40 million GDP. They're down to 9. So they have minus 30 million. I mean, I've said this in a few spots. EIC is definitely the hardest country to play. I think they're really strong, but they're really hard to play. And, okay, understanding this is just one small facet of playing EIC, but if you don't know how this event works, you only get to keep all your territory if these guys are not your subjects. So Orissa has to not be a subject, Hybridan, Mysore, Bunkinland, Jaipur, Baroda, Bhopal, all this type of stuff. And so the question is, and this is perhaps what's interesting to me, is if you're in this position as Bengal, what is the best way to try and salvage as much points as possible? And so I'm not sure what the strategy is, but it might be to just ally yourself with one team and really try and eviscerate another team. So it might be the case that you try and... So the starting GDP of Team 1 is relatively low, so it's peeling good states off of them. Maybe you just try and say, hey, Team 2, you guys are going to win the session. We just want to make sure that we get some score. And you just go for Team 1. Team 1 has probably the strongest military. I don't know. Did the EIC mess up Bengal? They did. They did mess up the Bengal strat. They did mess up the Bengal strat. They did not release everyone as subjects. We get the loud car outside. Wow, as far as the vote goes, neck and neck between Team 1 and Team 2, where we have Team 1 with 46%, Team 2 with 49%, Team 3 with 6%. And this is from the draft perspective. I want to reiterate, not who won the execution here. In the very long term, I actually don't hate Bengal with the USA. I think this is an interesting one because you get to migrate out all the pops to the USA. And so if you had to pick someone to allow migration as quickly as possible, EIC is actually the country to do it with. Once you form Bengal, people can freely travel because you do start off with migration controls, but then you stop discriminating. But, I feel bad. I almost want to read, but this is part of the game. I don't know. Russia losing versus Punjab? Punjab is not a joke. Punjab starts with actually a decently sized military and line infantry, so they probably just under-mobilized here. We can take a closer look, though. They do appear to be losing to Punjab, but now that the rest of their military is there, they do appear to be winning. Not sure how I feel about having everyone on advance, but this is a minor detail. I think you should have at least one general on defend. That way he gets the defensive battles, but also with the plus 97, the AI won't push into you anyways. We get the Romanov thing, and we get the Alexander himself, as it were. Also, we see a little bit of a thing, and then what is this? Whoa, what the fuck? Why was there no pause for the player war? Oh my god. Who declared this? Team 2?
Hello.
Why was there no pause for the declaration of the player war?
What player war?
Which player war?
The British and France are fighting each other.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't deck it.
For French foreign investment rights and liberate Occitania. There was no chance for anyone to join in. Alright.
Yeah, he decked it at the start when we were still paused.
He decked it when you were paused?
Yeah, when we were paused at the start. We had like 30 seconds left or something. I think it was bad.
Okay, well, in the rule set, that's going to be a penalty then. Because you're not allowed to deck before the unpause.
Oh.
But we are going to continue on. Alright. Oh, this is the wrong team. You're not the guys I wanted to talk to. Sorry, I'm in Team 3's chat. My bad.
Okay.
I could be wrong, though.
So,
we can just do it.
Team 1 did not pause before decking you. Or Team 2. And we didn't even notice this. Yeah, we didn't even notice this. They are going to get a penalty.
Yeah.
Wait, which team?
Or, sorry, Team 2 is going to get a penalty.
Really?
Well, they decked before game start.
Wow.
It's in the rule set.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
For
No,
foreign investment rights.
No,
you
that's
guys decked?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are getting a penalty then. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm blind. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, we had to stop that China thing. I mean, like that's the.
Just, no, I mean, I understand it.
Yeah, I know.
To some extent. I think it's bad. It's 5%.
It's 5%. Okay.
So whatever your ending GDP is, I'm going to reduce it by. Sorry, not your end. Whatever your growth in GDP is, I'm going to reduce your ending GDP by.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So, I'm going to go back to Team 2. Okay, so, sorry, I was a little bit confused. Team 1 is getting a penalty for starting a war on you before unpause.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It was very close. It was very close to unpause, though.
It doesn't matter. That's the rules. Them's the rules. They wanted to stop you transferring, but, like, it is what it is. Alright.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go have a chat with Team 3 about the situation in Bengal.
In Bengal?
Yeah.
That looks interesting down there.
It's something. Alright, Team 3. So, I wanted to talk to you about the situation in Bengal.
Yeah,
so,
unfortunate what happened there.
Yeah. Do you know how the event works?
I don't.
Okay, so
you have to release your subjects first, or you.
Yeah.
So, Team 3, what's the play for the Russia thing?
Ooh.
Are we still doing it?
No, I'm not interested in that, man.
Not interested. Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, if you have subjects, all your land gets distributed to your subjects except for the North Bengal, South Bengal, and Assam. If you're playing as Bengal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is a bit unfortunate, but instructive. Also, I'm curious from here what this best strategy is, to try and claw your way back. I think that in terms of, well, I don't want to give too many recommendations, but I think in terms of Diplo, neither of the other two teams are going to be afraid of you from this point. And so, maybe trying to figure out some sort of way to leverage that is going to be useful.
No, generals, this was our strategy all along. Trust,
bro. If you guys win the session, you just like
trust me, bro.
You just like get the massive wars enforced on Team 1 and Team 2. Like at the end of the session would just be absolutely incredible. It'd be the ultimate come up. Yeah. I might have to make a standalone video if you guys somehow won this session. This is and this would actually be the perfect intro for the video because this just looks a little bit rough. It
is.
It'll work out in the end.
It'll work out for someone.
Trust.
We'll see. We'll see who it works out for. Let's jump back to org. So we are back in org. We're back alone with ourselves, chat. And we do see a bit of vibes. So Team 1 has accrued a penalty. That is going to be, and we'll just go over kind of the teams real quick. That's going to be France getting a penalty for decking on Great Britain before unpause. Also on their team is going to be Spain and Austria, and overall their team looks pretty strong. In terms of the poll you guys are kind of thrown out, you think that 43% of you guys think that they won the draft. I think their draft is reasonably strong. I don't think that they necessarily made... So if they made a mistake in the draft, it was going Austria instead of Russia. I honestly don't hate this. I think that... if you're doing it not for a power level reason. You're doing it for making this Italy type of play way easier, and also to block Prussia. But you would expect Team 2 to pick up Austria if you don't. So you think that Team 3 is not going to get Austria anyways, which would just be magical for them. So if that's going to be the case, then. It's going to see if we strategically play out, but from a power level basis, Russia's probably better. But also, we see Prussia and Austria go together, even though from a power level basis, picks 3 and 4, it's probably not worth it. From the perspective of just a strategic usefulness, it's going to be useful. And so they get to play an entirely contiguous little block here, which I think has a lot of value that's hard to put numbers on. But then we have Team 2, which gets UK, Russia, and China, and is getting to catch and release China. They have been delayed by that France decking. As it stands, I think that France decking was probably bad, and that the 5% penalty is going to be a little bit rough. The penalty should maybe be bigger, but, well, no, it probably shouldn't be, because I think it was just a mistake to do this. You know, they already got most of the stuff transferred anyways, and they're going to get more of the stuff transferred after. I'm not sure exactly what this accomplishes, other than slowing down Great Qing a lot. I suppose that is to the benefit of Team 3, which is kind of the elephant in the room. Bengal has exploded. You know, there's no way about this. Bengal's a rough spot, and this does go to EIC being the hardest country to play. We do see Sind go to Great Qing, but you have to understand that when you do choose to, you have to have 0 subjects when you choose the event to become Bengal, and if you have 0 subjects, you will keep all your territory. If you have any subjects, I think even just 1, it all gets distributed to your subjects in as sensical a way as possible, but also sometimes very nonsensically. Like Gwalior is you know, up here, down here, and up here. But we also see from them USA and also Prussia. I'm not sure how I feel about the USA pick that early. I think USA is a little bit on the weaker side. I think that if the game goes 2 sessions, the USA starts to look a lot better. If the game were to go 3 or more sessions, the USA starts looking even better. And so in an extended sort of thing, like maybe for the finals, where we have 2 to 3 sessions, the USA might look a lot better. But if it's just a one and done type of session, the USA's migration advantage doesn't really get to play that big an impact, although I do think it is considerably better than it was before 1.6. And so, okay. And that's kind of the current situation. We do see Burma. What is this? Wait, what is this? Why is Burma... Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Why is Burma enforcing on the UK and China? So, we'll catch up a little bit. So China gave them land and they annexed last state? Yeah, so you're just going to annex all of Qing, or you're going to annex the final state, and then you are going to release Qing with the good tech and all that. If I do Suez exploit after you ban it, how many penalties will I get? I mean, if something's just not allowed, I will pause the game if I see it happening, and I will tell you to stop doing it, and if you don't stop doing it, you just auto, like, DQ. I mean, I just won't unpause, like, it's not a penalties thing. I mean, I guess I could rectify it with penalties, minus 100%, I don't know. Somehow the 5% penalty seems worth it for Team 1 to delay China thing. Maybe the new meta will stop that. That'll be interesting if eating a 5% penalty is... Look, a 5%'s not that much. And I think it's a mistake, but maybe it's not, because let's see, what problems does Great Britain have? Well, all this territory is unincorporated. They have this huge bureaucracy surplus from all of this stuff. And Great Qing is not getting to do anything productive. Great Britain, I don't think has construction malices here, but it doesn't get incorporated, so they're locked out of taxes. And, okay, well, what's the strat here? They went for foreign investment rights, and they just don't have to enforce it ever if they don't want to, right? See, the problem here is the Liberate Occitania. This is probably a mistake in terms of a war goal, because France can't get ticked below 0. If you just went for war reparations, you could land Corsica. And then it would be up to France to micro around their armies because you could just land any one little thing. We do see France side with Peru. Okay. France doing work here in terms of good expansion spots. They've gone for the Peru thing already. For those of you who don't know, you go for... Oh, wait, we should be at speed 3 because there's a player war. I'm a little bit rusty here. But what's going on here is you go for North Peru, and then you release the other two, and the other two automatically annex. So we do get a little bit of a slowdown here. Also, what's your opinion on the dispute we had last time about the China release? I'm not sure what dispute you had last time with Tarkus's thing, or I don't recall it. I think I watched the entire thing of Tarkus's, but I don't remember everything that happened. Since getting a unified market is so hard, the only value you get is military. That's a significant advantage, being able to have everyone all together. What if the Bengal thing was a master play? They will get free construction from all those independent states, but they're not subjects. Is that Peru, America? No, it's French Peru. Oh wait, is it Peru, America? Oh, it's USA. Just kidding. I thought it was French. Wait. Did France side against... We do see a pause, which is indicative of, We're reminding everyone that they do have to pause when they join wars against each other. Wait, Wyotech isn't even supposed to be in here. What's going on?
Have a high cap because
what's going on? So this is Team 2. What's going on exactly with you guys having... So, is Wyotech playing right now?
No.
No. Okay, that's what I thought. Wyotech, with the updated thing that we did, because you couldn't play the full session, we swapped you out for someone else.
Okay, and what version do you have?
Huh?
1.7.6?
What do you mean?
What version of Victoria 3 do you play?
Whatever the current live version is.
So 1.7.6.
If that's the current live version, then yes.
Okay, I don't have that one for some reason.
That is weird reason. You must be playing one of the betas.
I have 1.7.5. I don't have newer one.
You have to update your Steam files. But in either case, Wyotech, we swapped out for Lackey because you couldn't play the full session. When you were signing up, you said you couldn't play the full session, and I didn't see that the first time around.
Yes.
So we have Lackey playing instead.
Okay.
So, because the swapping someone in like halfway through the session is like highly disruptive.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
Okay, can you join the war? And Russia, let's Vietnam.
I'm trying to, but our relations are too low. We need to improve.
Did someone join a player war?
No, it's an AI.
Okay.
It's an AI war.
All right, I'm gonna go to Team 1 and remind them.
All right.
Okay, when you guys join a war against a player, you have to pause.
You have to pause. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a warning. If you guys do it again, there will be penalties.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
Because
Sorry. Yes.
that also lets me, as an observer, know what's going on, or that something's
Yeah.
going on, and allows me to draw attention to it better. Because you guys joined the
Yes.
war versus.
My eyesore. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Major...
Sorry about that, Jin.
Yep. All right. I will go back to org. I will depart to my cave.
Okay.
All right. So. Burma secret top 9 pick, basically. So we do have. Well, let's look at France. So I think it might be, I'm not sure who's on France exactly. It might be Joey. But he has joined this war that is going for Conquer Mysore. And the entire reason, I'm guessing, is to maintain wars constantly so they can't actually catch and release Qing. And so it leaves Great Britain. I think they're just going to try and perma-war them and leave them with this awkward half-annex situation, and they pay the 5% penalty to be able to do it. The China dispute was that Shaanxi was released years before China swapped to it. Oh yeah, you can't do that. Yeah, so you have to pause and release, and the person swaps. We see what is perhaps another join. Yeah, we see them. They're just going after every single play that gets started here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yep, that's good.
You
okay.
paused. That's good. That's
Okay.
good. It's but did you just join now? Did you just join? Oh wait, he left the chat.
Okay.
Dude, oh my God, Joey left.
Joey,
did you just leave the chat, or did you just join the war?
No. I paused it. You said
no.
you
But
said
did
to,
you
like,
pause it? Did you just join it just now, and it's paused now?
No.
Because
I paused it during like the 30 seconds.
No, the war's at 75 escalation, right? You can't join.
Yes.
You can't join unless it's if it's past 70.
No. Spain did. I'll tell him to leave. I'll tell him to
Okay.
leave. Yeah, I joined earlier. I'll tell him to leave.
Okay. Yeah. Have
Okay,
him
don't
leave,
pause it, don't
or
pause it.
have him leave or pay the penalty,
I'll have
which
him
I
leave.
assume is not going to be worth it. But we're getting.
I don't know what France's plan here is, because he can't handle the money like I can.
France's plan here seems smart to me.
I mean, I'm
based on what I think they're doing, but also, we're not going to talk about people's strategies in the.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, is that good?
Yeah, that's good. Yep.
Okay.
We're good. All right. All right. So I do think it's Joey on France. There is a way for me to check. I think. Who's playing? But the idea is, if they get tied up in war forever, they are in this awkward, weird hellscape where they are paying for this bureaucracy, and it's not very useful for them. And so, and they can never catch and release if they're permanently at war. So, but yeah, you have to pause, release, and then swap the person onto it. So, yeah. Is there a rule to stop Team 2 from teaming up on the current winner? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. So much scuff? True MP experience? True. Yeah, the pause rule is stupid. It's almost impossible to remember. You think the pause rule is stupid, it's almost impossible to remember. Well, if things are going, like, at a normal speed, it's incredibly hard to plan, negotiate, and do a whole bunch of stuff in the amount of time that escalation takes. And unfortunately, with Victoria 3, everything has to be decided. Everything has to be decided during the escalation period. What you're going to go for, who's going to invite, your ability to move around diplomatic interests, declare more plays, like all this type of stuff. And it being impossible to remember is like... I don't think it seems that impossible to remember. You just have to pause the game. Like... it's definitely like a little bit annoying, but like also it prevents like waiting to 69 escalation, joining. It also gives people time to put war goals in. Whereas if you wait to escalate, or if you wait till the last day of escalation, you actually only get 5 days. You know what I mean? And so like you wait to 70 escalation, and people might not have enough time to be able to put stuff in, or war goals in. And the reason why you can't join after 70 escalation is to give this last little bit of time for you to finish putting in all of your war goals, which you have to click very quickly if you are waiting to preserve your maneuvers. And all of this is created by the strangeness that is the Victoria 3 diplomatic play, where everything has to be decided before the war begins. We do see France now in 3 wars. So the goal is just to keep Great Qing Perma Ward so that they can never get released. And so the UK has to carry all these states. And, yeah, I think that if you think Team 3 is out, and in your mind you're playing a zero-sum game, notably also people are going for all kinds of stuff over here, which makes a lot of sense. This is enormous GDP per state here in India, but if you think that you're just in a 1v1 now, I think it makes a lot of sense. UK should just deck on China for the remaining states. Yeah, probably. Just eat the 75 infamy. If they're on the same side of a play together, they can't do that, though. And they are on the same side of a play together, so they would have to do something to exit that war. So, this thing versus Mysore. They would have to, like, capitulate out of here for Liberate Sind, but maybe that's also worth it. You could also have the third teammate just deck on Qing for Sind and have them back down, and then that would brick the war goal. Currently don't see a lot of war goal breaking occur, even though it's legal. This run seems to be the most scuffed one till now. Teams 1 and 3 suck in composition, and now we see EIC so bad. I don't think Team 1 sucks. What do you mean? France, Austria, Spain seems fine. I mean, I think France, Russia, Spain's maybe stronger, but like France, Austria, Spain still... I also think you should feed all of Spain to France and do the Italy thing, but okay. If the game slowed itself, where there's Diplo changes, it would be fine. Yeah, if the game slowed by itself, or you could do anything after the Diplo play is already, like, started. The fundamentally, like, stupid thing is... proposing white peace like that's ever gonna happen. So, I think that you could just capitulate the foreign investment rights. What you do is you queue every resource in all of your states, and this is incredibly tedious. And then once you queue all the resources in all your states, you can just capitulate here. And so that is 100% fine. But then it's an intense amount of micro to micro your construction queue. Maybe it doesn't feel particularly good. Notably, the French capitalists will basically never by themselves build in the UK, as long as you are getting France's, and this is unique to France, because they actually care about your construction efficiency and they have this bonus, even more than other capitalists, they will invest domestically, because they will value that a little bit better. But look at the just wreckage that is India. Everyone's just going for gobbling up India right now. Except for USA. USA went for Peru. I think the Peru strat's underutilized. Nobody's going for this yet, which is... during Tarkus's sub-session, someone finally went for South Africa, but otherwise no one ever goes for South Africa, and I just tear my hair out every time I see it. So, like, Team 1 and 3 gang up on Team 2. That... I gotta scroll up and see your other comment, Z Hydra. Is there a rule to stop Team 2 from teaming up on the current winner? No, the idea is very much so. The reason you have 3 teams is to allow tripedal balance, to allow the second and third place team to gang up on the first place team. Because this is one way in which you can create balance. If you just had a straight up 3v3 or 4v4 or 5v5, I think that a lot of stuff would get decided in draft. Railroading to death would be allowed? That is true. And Joey's probably aware that you can railroad him to death. It's a ton of construction to railroad someone to death, but that's exactly what happened last game, but France had a civil war and lost the queues. RIP. Fake news, I went for South Africa in session 1. Fake news. That might be true. But in the aggregate, I'm talking about every single, like, the 20 or so multiplayer sessions we've had. Basically, no one goes for South Africa ever. Belgium, China was more scuffed. It was really scuffed because you didn't have the market access. And here, the market access is not a problem. I wonder what the idea for keeping Hubei is. Did you want to move the capital to Hubei? We get the first wee-woos of the stream. That's what we're talking about. They're coming for Bengal. Bengal needs an ambulance right now. But we see the players managing. I mean, I'm not sure to what extent. Who's in this Burma war? So this is the reason why Burma's winning. It's because France is in on this war, and France is fighting it. It looks like. Determined to kind of preserve these war goals. Really, what should happen is that Team 2, that is the UK, China, and Russia, should have Russia declare on China for a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, they're in the same side of a play. Yeah, I mean, I think that if they just give up some of these wars. Oh, this is for... Sorry. I thought that this was for Burma. It's for Dainam. They're just looking to conquer all of Dainam. They have it full occupied. They're just going to enforce here. And let's take a look at Great Qing. Great Qing still has a couple more things to do. But it looks like they're starting to resolve some of their stuff. They do have to be at peace. Or they're annexing a bunch of stuff. They do have to be at peace to transfer states. And so they're annexing more stuff that they have to transfer. So they do have to get to peace at some point in time and have the UK be at peace at the same time in order to keep transferring. And I have a sneaking suspicion UK never gives this up. So it looks like it might just be play from here, where the UK has a bunch of Chinese states. And China is this monstrosity. Now, China, are they in the UK's market? Where's China's market? Yeah, so this is isolated, this is isolated. It's the rough times, it's the bad times. You have no coastal access. To be fair, you're getting Dainam, so this is going to create coastal access. And if you could get in the UK's market, or power block, you would be able to resolve this. This coastal access should give... market access over here. You're still not going to have it here, which is going to be awkward, but, yeah. And we see a revolution for poor laws. Yikes. Can we get a GDP update after the first half hour? We can get a GDP update. If you are somewhat fast, you should be able to get all of China before unpause, but no one's managed to do it fast enough. I think it's a lot of clicking, a lot of organizing. The fact that they could have Russia proposing stuff to China as well makes it faster. Because specifically, this is the best team to do it with as quickly before unpause. But yeah. The thing about the pause is it serves the viewers as well as the players. Yes, this is also true. The pause also alerts me, the broadcaster, when a player war is occurring. There's no, like, off to the side flames or whatever, like EU4 observer mode, where you can see that there is a multiplayer. Can the UK, Russia declare versus China and fully annex them? They can. I think they just don't want to eat the infamy. They probably should have done this before. Now, as more and more things get acquired for China, it becomes less and less profitable or whatever for that to do it. Hope France is doing some sneaky convoy raiding. We can take a quick look at the UK. UK is super okay on the convoys. So is France. Nobody's raiding any convoys, it looks like. And no one's trying to land anyone here. Oh, we do see some convoy raiding. So, fair enough. Some convoys, they are being raided. But let's update the eco after this very tumultuous start, which is, it's going to be a very interesting eco update because, reasons. So you guys can see the score currently in the overlay. Let's move this thing over. Burma gets... Oh, Burma enforces. Wait, there was another war? I'm so confused. Crying, screaming, throwing up. But anyways, let's update the scores. So France, we are up to a GDP of 25.9 million for a gain of virtually nothing. A gain of 0.8 million, which is fair enough. Austria started at 17.6, they're up to 18.2. Spain started at 8.1, they are up to 8.4. So really this is just going to be... Oh, I have a sneaking suspicion this will feel like throwing shade at Team 3 when we give the score update. So, UK is up from around 24 million to 105, which of course is courtesy of all the Chinese states. Russia was at 28.3 million. They did get some Chinese states. They're up to 46 million. 46.0. And China, which started at 82 million, is going to be down on their last few. They're down to 13.4. So you can see huge wealth transfer, but also big come up already from Team 2. And then here's going to be the elephant in the room. We'll save them for last. USA is at 16.6 million. They're up to 20.1. Prussia was at 10.3. 20.1, by the way, is a decent come up here. Prussia is up, wow. Prussia is up nearly 50%. They're up to 14.9 from like 10 million. They're up 44.7%. And EIC, looks what they did to my poor boy. They started at 39 million. They're down to 12.8 million. Now, the EIC will always drop quite a bit when they are released from the UK. But we do see an updated score. We are going to provide it to the players along with the reminder that you cannot have a negative score. But we do see virtually all the points going over. Once the score gets reset, we know that with a score of, you know, kind of a total point distribution of 25, and it looks like 96-ish% of that is currently going over to Team 2. So however you want to, like, set it up. Are you going to allow the switch, a switch to a release country without getting annexed? Yeah, but then you lose all the GDP off the country you swapped off of. Looks like everyone's going to go bankrupt in a few years. I mean, not everyone. France hasn't even got that much. France is probably, considering this is the only war they're still in, they probably don't want even all this mobilized. Why are they losing so much money? What's this about? Why is the taxes medium? Oh yeah. But France is the only one that's hemorrhaging money. I wonder who Joey's playing as. Is he playing as Austria? Maybe they're so tied up with this war at the beginning of the game start that they forgot to turn up their taxes. To be fair, France does have more turmoil than the average, but why is Bengal getting occupied? Oh no. Looks like they're not occupied anymore. Bengal in a little bit of a rough shape. Prussia. Everyone loves to see it. So Prussia this is probably a source of their huge GDP bump. And also, one of the juiciest states to take. Sorry, we're not looking at the state. Andhara, one of the few coal and iron states. Not that they need it. Burma was still in the Dynam War, but there weren't any war goals against them. Which nations are being played in a 3v3v3? Never mind, didn't see the bottom. It do be like that. Team 1 is doing worse than expected, but then again, they didn't really have to do any playmaking and only tried to stop Team 2. And also, so, you get so much GDP from swapping all these PMs over to better ones. Did they not even swap the PMs yet? To be fair, they're also carving up, a big part of this is also carving up all this. Which is like, oh man, if you're the Bengal player, you're so sad to see just all of this getting annexed by other teams, right? You're just like ultimate Sag mode. Probably has no legitimacy. Who has no legitimacy? Are you saying that's the reason why not high taxes? Yeah, that might be it. Just trying to stay over 50 so you can pass laws. It's hard out here for France. We see big plays from Bengal. While France is sitting on 0 infamy, which is not going to be correct. Great Qing, I mean, they are planning on getting full annexed at some point anyways. And they have truces with France. So France cannot offensively join against them for cut down to size CB. They're planning on getting annexed, so you might as well run it up. But this is the idea. They're just decking everything that they can before this annexation goes through. And, just trying to think through this one, but UK can just give up foreign investment rights anytime that they want. And then France can't join in another war against these guys anytime soon. We do see Prussia join a play against Bengal. Oh wait, that was with Bengal. Just kidding. Just kidding. So it does look like Team 3 is making some moves. Well, this is one way to learn how the EIC works. Yep. It is a way to learn how the EIC works. I think I even said that earlier. This is going to be a little bit of a learning lesson. You should never be running max taxes, as shown in dated time-lapses video. Never not be running max taxes. I haven't seen his video. Generally, I'm kind of a fan of his work. If you are causing turmoil to the extent that you can't construct, it's not going to be worth it. From a radicalism perspective, if his video is specifically analyzing how many radicals you create relative to the proportion of construction you kind of come up on, I'm not sure where the brunt of analysis is. But also, there's like a secondary consideration, which is you... That one's, again, for Bengal. But you categorically can't, or I mean, you just really don't want to rev. In 3v3v3 specifically. But I think with abdication as it is, yeah, you should just be running max taxes for the most part. There's like some argument to be made for migration, specifically in multiplayer, but the AI is like too bad to compete with you for migration. Poverty crisis speedrun, or you're doing it wrong. Data time lapses analyzing radicals caused by the 2-year starting window of SOL decreases, chasing less radicals, causing less radicals. Oh, but that's the... Like, the 2-year starting window, I would generally agree with that. I can't think of a start where I didn't want to max taxes in the first 2 years, with the exception specifically of political considerations. Like, I've gone non-max taxes to be over 90 or to be over 50, so you can pass laws way faster, because this plus 50% enactment time is really, really strong. Or is a really big factor, same with this minus 25%. And sometimes just getting on laws faster is worth more, but that's not something you can analyze in the way that, you know, you're looking at it. But also, you start out with, like, 0 radicals, and staying just... radicals become bad in a light switch sort of way. The negatives of radicals don't increase linearly. There's, like, once you pass a certain threshold, then you start eating the turmoil malices. And they don't have any turmoil malices. Let's find a turmoil malice to take a look at it. And so, I haven't seen his analysis, though. Like, math is generally where it's at, but it doesn't matter if you get more money if you're building in a state that has a state construction efficiency malice. But there's also, like, you generate, like, less radicals in the first 2 years or something. Cheap viewers on Lawyer's Name. How? Defensive ROM. Much bought, much excite. Banhammer time. This is on Twitch for the YouTubers. Here on YouTube, for the YouTubers, we don't have just random bots in the same way. Do you recommend deleting troops as Japan start or not? Probably not. Well, it allows the rev to be really easy. I haven't done a Japan start. I don't know the exact, in a while, since they made the AI way more aggressive towards you, I don't know the exact texture of how I think about it, to be fair. What happened to China? China and UK are on the same team. China was feeding its states to the UK with the idea of releasing China afterwards, after it gets annexed. And then France declared war on Great Britain to prevent this from completing, and so now we just have this carnage. Good morning, Paul. How's it going? We get a baboop. Oh, we also have it 3 times. No! I've been saying this for forever, but we really need to update our notifications thing. Lara's iStance, if you're still here, thank you for the 3 months Prime. The resubbers I don't see, which are probably the most important people to see. Kudu12, thank you for the follow, big nice. You generally less radicals based on the time from 36 to 38 at the very start. It's Minus 100% at the end, it's 0. Yeah, so there's specifically a less radicals modifier, which is not something I was aware of until... I mean, I heard about it recently, but like I still don't know that much about it. But yeah, if you're generating less radicals in the first 2 years because of a bonus, yeah, you should probably never be not max taxes unless you're doing it for the political reasons of being over a certain legitimacy threshold. I haven't seen this. This is data time lapses reads through the defiance in a way that I don't. And so it caused me to miss things. But even with that, I still think you just like, even without that malice, I think you still kind of blast because of how abdications work. Also, taxing grain for the first 2 years is not a bad idea. I don't know about that. On the basis of a per authority basis, it's generally not going to be the most efficient. What's the idea? Intentionally tanking SOL so that it can come back up? Is that the idea? Because you generate less radicals from it going down, and then you can have it come back up and get some loyalists? It's certainly a weird one, but that's the idea. It's probably to allow pops to adjust to game start and not suddenly go crazy radical. Yeah. That definitely makes sense. Once you're past the 2-year opener window, or once you're past any specific modifiers, there is like, and this is going to be more true once they nerf abdication, like specifically avoiding turmoil is going to is a reason to not do max taxes. But also like, if you're not getting turmoil, max taxes. I played as Prussia and grain was the most efficient, good authority-wise. That is interesting. SOL minimizing for the first 2 years so it raises after. Yeah, that makes sense. We have a little bit of a delay, but that definitely tracks. I worry about the long-term effects of reducing the peasant's bread basket, though. Long-term effects are positive if you tank it and then bring it back up. Because you get loyalists. You have like less literacy at the time though. I mean, for multiplayer specifically, maybe you don't want to reduce your wealth levels because you're going to generate less wealth education access from academia and empiricism. And specifically being head on Miltech's really useful. Is France still hemorrhaging? Oh, I don't think this is good for Team 1. They're like not economically coming up, and UK and Qing are not folding. Yeah, the problem is the U player's good here, right? Their military is actually going to be stronger, isn't it, than France's with all those states. And I think France is kind of the only one participating in this. Austria's just vibing, yo. Zero infamy, they're just chilling. They're not in a war. They're just passing, landing, and voting. They're just doing some things. They're just doing the stuff. What team does Connor play for so I can vote for it? Connor is currently not playing. If he was, he'd be in big trouble for chatting and watching the stream. You cannot watch the stream if you're a player. That's technically not in the rule set, but I think that's implied. Maybe we should put in the rule set, though. Export everything, you won't need to worry about your props bread baskets. This is the way. Where are the wars? Feels okay, man? Sure, we can... Like, the wars are kind of, like, The big war is this war, which is just not a war. Like, this is the most substantive war. Neither of the two teams are trying to land each other because they don't want to just lose a bunch of troops, and so they're just chilling and having naval combat. Looks like we have a little bit of a thing, and then people are just carving up PVE, carving up India as Bengal just watches in horror. They're like, I released you, my subjects. no, and then like Great Britain's like, welcome back. It's like you never left. And then Prussia's like, yeah, we went in on that too. And then China's like, just kidding. Admiral Zhang He was full of shit. We're gonna conquer the world. Except for this. We're gonna lose. We're also gonna lose all of China. Any tips on getting your diameter up? Diameter of what, my guy? Gotta be a little bit more specific. Getting my diameter up. UK could queue up all the resources in their land and capitulate to France. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. I hope that this is what the UK can do, or should do. But also, I'm not sure how bad this status quo hurts them, and it might be the case that they just want to decide when they want to truce with France. Looks like France is... Looks like, actually, if France is proposing a white peace, it looks like the UK is actually holding France hostage here. So, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. So... Kurt says it's heavily implied as to what diameter he's talking about. Well, you know, if you can't say it yourself, you probably have a smaller diameter. You know what I mean? I wonder why the UK continues this war. Maybe let's ask them. So let's jump into Team 2's VoIP and see what's up.
Wonders ratio.
So, we noticed that you guys are declining the white peace. Is there a reason you want to keep France hostage in the war? Or what is the reason?
The reason right now is we're just improving relations with China, so when we actually end the war, we can start transferring states. Because right now, like, it's not going to matter if we're in the war or not. Our relations are too low to transfer states. So might as well drain France of a little bit more money.
That makes sense. Are you watching France's economic situation relative to your own?
It's interesting to see.
Okay.
Because he has dropped in GP status, and his GDP is fairly stagnant. It's starting to go up now.
Yep.
But he is also 10.4 million in debt.
Yeah, he is.
Just because of the rapid start of the war.
Yeah. We noticed that you are conquering a whole lot as Great Qing. This is kind of bleach in the eyes of people who hate Portugal. This entire situation.
It is. India is like such a mess right now. It's about to be worse.
India is a mess right now.
Situation.
You're not wrong.
The idea is that my infamy will be reset whenever I will be released as China.
100% this is the case. If they can't get a cut down to size, and France can't declare on you and for like 3 years or something, and Bengal's got bigger problems.
Yeah. We've kind of been talking with the Bengal team, so I don't think they're going to really be a problem.
Yeah, then you guys are kind of probably in the clear. This might be the highest scoring game then.
Maybe. It depends on how the war in Germany goes when it happens.
Oh, Jesus. Yep, I guess. I guess. Alright, I'm gonna see what Team 1 thinks.
Alright. Thank you for checking in.
Yep. So, this is with Team 1 here. Yes. What do you guys think of UK not letting you out of the war?
I'm just teasing him. He's waiting for something apparently, and I'm assuming it's with China. I don't know what it is, but he said he's gonna let me out. If not, it doesn't really matter. Because at least I'm holding down like a portion of his cash. And,
so you think that it's economically hurting him more than it is you?
No, it's probably not. But it's just slowing him down. And I'm willing to bet that I don't know, to be honest. I mean, like, I'm just so honestly all I'm thinking about is it's just the EIC and just Oh man.
The EIC, baby, you know me. That is a hot mess. Notably,
Yeah, I know, and
teams are jumping on it, but mainly Team 1.
yes. No. Team
You mean like Team.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the-
Team 2.
Team 2, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's. Oh man, when I saw that, I was like, oh my god, it's going to be a rough game.
Yeah, that guy somehow,
Rough
for
game
some
for us.
reason, does not know how to play EIC.
No, he
Well,
forgot
EIC
it,
is
and
the,
I
EIC
don't
is the
blame him.
hardest country to play.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Because it was such a rough. It was also a weird start too, because
It's, me
alright.
pausing for 3 seconds threw him off.
yeah, it threw him off. But
Yeah.
but hey, oh no, that reminds me. But I actually I am holding him though from doing the Chinese thing, so I mean I guess it's worth it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I find it funny
but-
with like the China release strat. I did it once as Belgium, and then it just became popular ever since.
Well, it's, I mean, I think that it's generally going to be the way to go. Until the bureaucracy thing, we might, well, there's a way to get infinite bureaucracy that makes it not a problem. We're not sure if we're going to ban it yet, but gotta think on that. Anyways, thank you guys for your thoughts. We will return to org. Alright, so we're back in org. Diameter's been going up every year with no effort. Your line maxed it, but it's your diameter. Hypothetically, if you have a cylinder 5.1 inches in length, a cylinder, right? What's the best way to increase diameter? What's it? I don't think this is the stream for that. Depends what the cylinder's made out of, though. Generally speaking, when stuff gets hot, it expands. Is the cylinder made of metal? Just throw it in a furnace. It'll expand. You can easily generate obligations by taking on debt and nationalizing buildings to go back into debt. Yeah, this is, or any level of debt. So, Great Qing could just repeatedly take on UK's debt. We're not going to let them know that, though, but this is true. They made a mistake at game start? Yeah. Bengal is easy. I got 111 million GDP with almost no debt. Did you play Bengal last week? Like, I think Bengal's strong. I do think it's one of the harder ones because you have to understand how this works. To be fair, once you're on Bengal, it's not that hard. Playing as the EIC proper is a lot harder because of the discrimination issues. Like, Bengal plays relatively more straightforward, but you have to know how this event works, otherwise you just lose here. You weren't in a 3v3v3, just following 3v3v3 rules? Well, I mean, to be fair, like, France is not ecoing up right now because they're paying a lot for a war. Like, if your single-player situation's a little bit different. I think you talked about this, though, and you said you didn't declare wars or whatever, though, so... Or conquer territory, which obviously you could generate a ton of GDP by taking states off of Great Qing. Assuming you didn't do that. But I do think Bengal has a lot of the benefits of Qing without a lot of the downsides, and the fact that you start with 40 million GDP instead of like 57 from before really makes it a lot more attractive. Because you have like European tech. But then this is also a hot mess. Yeah, maybe I should alter my statement a little bit. It's not Bengal that's as hard to play as it is like the EIC that's hard to play. Like if you stay as EIC and you're gonna deal with the discrimination, then it's like a bit rough. You can't do Bengal in single player because you can't like, or you can, but like it's harder to get the UK to release you. Actually, that's probably not even true. There's probably some sort of cheese. I don't know what the cheese would be, but if they fail to defend you in a war, so I guess it would be figuring out a way to get a war declared on you that they can't join. I don't know how possible that is, but Russia's been quiet a while. You only conquer the Indian guys. Yeah, but you didn't have to participate in any wars that were not beneficial, and like only conquering the Indian guys, like that's where the most valuable stuff is, man. To be fair, I think that once you go Bengal, other teams should interfere a whole lot more with you just annexing all this stuff. This is currently not like the metagame, but like what we're seeing now where everyone's grabbing for India, this should be what everyone does when you release Bengal as much as possible. To be fair, there's only a couple areas of ingress and a lot of the stuff is just internal to you, so you just get it no matter what, but there should be a little bit more of a grab. Let's see what's Russia up to. Russia's got a little bit of infamy. They have conquered down to Punjab. And they got successful incursion. Big nice. But this is the most valuable state that doesn't get drafted. Like, unambiguously. If EIC gets drafted, then this is going to be the most valuable state. And Qing gets drafted, this will be the most valuable state, so that is going to be good for them and their GDP. Like, one of these big bumps is them going into that. I think are we still have a player war? We're going to ask if there's a player war other than France, UK.
Injury.
Do you guys have a player war other than France, UK?
No, not.
Okay. I'm gonna check with Team 2.
Yes.
Do you guys have a player war other than France, UK?
I don't think so.
Alright, we are going to speed this war up until one of you guys does a landing then.
Yeah, I mean, I just sent him a white piece. We had agreed to it a while ago. I hope he accepts.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna speed up the game. I'm gonna let them know as well.
That's fine, that's fine.
If you need to slow it down to speed 3 because of the war versus another player, just feel free to do so. Okay, I'm going to speed 4 here, just to make things go a little faster, because you guys aren't really fighting this war. If you need to slow it down, feel free to, but we're going to go speed 4 with this UK-France war, because you guys are effectively not really fighting each other.
Yeah. And I do find it, I find it cute that, like, the AI Ottomans launched a cut down the size play against China.
That is cute. That is cute. Well, it's a bold play, Cotton. We'll see how it plays out for them. Can there be 2 cut down to size plays at once? It'd be interesting if this bricked a human player's ability to do it. I don't think it does, but I'm just a little curious.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. I didn't think that it would, but Ottomans just randomly deciding that they want to get the belt. Alright, so we're at speed 40 here, so we should be cruising at a much better pace. Did the EIC player quit? No, the EIC player just didn't understand that they had to release all of their subjects at game start to go for Bengal. So you don't have to go for Bengal. You can just eat a bunch of radicals and then do that abdication and stay EIC, but the trade-off is you lose all your subjects, but subjects aren't what they used to be, considering you can't just annex them all anyways because of the rework changes for expansion. And the big thing here is you get primary culture Bengali, and so you won't discriminate anywhere near as much. But, you know, they didn't release all their subjects, so they didn't get to keep all this land, so they went to their subjects instead. And now we see a repeat of history. The UK is taking India again. Of course, Prussia, that wasn't history, and neither was this great Qing business, but, well, I mean, this really wasn't historical. Looking for conquer cars. This is just, like, not worth the infamy, but I respect the fixing of the borders. I respect the fixing of the borders. The Russian said, no, the Caucasus are ours. And we see white peace yet again proposed. Source AI has done it to you. There can be multiples. That cut down size is really bad for China. Oh, because it prevents them from transferring states. It does prevent them from transferring states. And kind of the thing that they have to be concerned about is the time remaining on this truce. But also, I think there's a good chance that UK, China, Russia at this point can 6v3, and I think that they don't win a 6v3 straight up, but if anyone's kind of asleep at the wheel, it's gonna be rough. Like, and I'm not sure to what extent Team 3 is interested in a 6v3 at this point. I'm not sure what Team 3's strategy is. Their goals are beyond my comprehension, perhaps. Oh, man, look at this, dude. Let's just look at UK's GDP. Their starting GDP is like 24 million, right? Okay, they got like 100 million off the back of peeling states off of China, right? So this doesn't count, but they've still come up like 25 million, which is an insane figure. This might be the highest percentage GDP growth we see if we never see this Great Qing gets fully annexed thing. 8 nation army inside China might happen right now. That's history. 8 nation army, just like in the middle of the most like impassable terrain in China, just vibing, you know what I mean? Like, good luck getting through Yunnan. Like, in terms of, like, Chinese geography, we're talking about some, like, crazy, like, wood plank, like, or, well, like, okay, a lot of my knowledge of Chinese geography comes from, like, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but this was not easy terrain, my guys. This was rough times. Very mountainous region, a lot of, perilous trails and stuff. And nope, just doing the stuff, the Victoria 3 goat. I don't get the Spanish choice. Why was it picked? It was the 9th pick. Who would you have picked instead? Team 1 drafted 1st, 5th, and 9th. And so they picked France first. They passed up Russia, which was maybe a little bit of a mistake. But I think that Austria makes sense. It's a strategic decision, I think. I think it could be a better pick. I think it's better in the context of you're forming Italy. They're not forming Italy, so it's maybe just worse than Russia, but it's like not that much worse than Russia. I think that they wanted to be relatively contiguous. Jesus. The border gore just hurts my soul. Team 2 can easily get all 16 points from this position. It's possible. No, I mean, I think that this looks like it will be the highest scoring session. If Team 2 decides that they want to edge out Team 1. Is that motion blur on the zoom in? I don't know, is it? I think it, well, my eyes are not very good for that. GDP update, says Elia. I think that might be a good one. The Herat option, not like this. Herat versus Shewa, which is better for 3v3v3? Discuss. Alright, we will update the GDP though. So, last check-in, France had a very modest, trade agreement. That's ticking positive relations. which means they have good enough relations to transfer states now, but they're still at war because they cut down to size play. So France is going to be able to deck them again. They need a 6v3 though. There's no way that Team 1 can 3v3 this. But back to the point at hand. Their GDP, last check-in was 25.9, now it's up to 27.7. Relatively stagnant, although they have been fighting a war they've been mobilized since game start. In theory, they probably should have demobilized a lot of those troops. Austria up a modest, a little bit of a jump there. They're up to 20.1 million, up around 2 million since the last check-in. Spain's been a little quiet. Does Spain even have any infamy? What's their infamy situation? Yeah, I haven't really seen them go for anything. They're ecoing up just fine, though. They were at 8.4 last check-in, now they're up to 9.3. UK last check-in was 105 million GDP. And they have a rev brewing. And they're already responding to another rev. So this could actually be a way in which, if this rev gets big enough, this secondary rev gets big enough, siding in against the rev, this might be a way that the other teams could claw back. So, but they are at 127.9 million GDP, which is up, you know, they're up 526 on the session %, but of course a big portion of this is not is just taking Chinese states. Russia's up from 46 million. These guys are doing a really good job carving up India. They're up to 53.1 from 46. China was at 13.3. They're going to be up a whole lot. They're up to 20.6. Absolutely insane come up in terms of score. Really running away with it is the team. Their GDP at start was 135. They're up to over 200 million GDP. Insane growth. And then let's take a look at Paul Allen's GDP. Their GDP at EIC last check-in was 12.8, 15.5, decent coming on up. USA was at 20 million, or 20.1, and now they are at 24.3. Decent job just ecoing up. I don't think these guys are conquesting too much. We say as the USA has actually a lot of infamy. What is this about? Wait, how did they get so much infamy? What is this from? I don't see a lot of US states here. Did they subjugate someone? Did they subjugate Brazil? Oh, they just subjugated everyone, bro. One of the problems is they're not going to have enough time to annex them. If it went 2 sessions, though, actually, USA looks really kind of well poised for growth, but I don't think it will. We'll see if everyone can come back next week, I suppose. Prussia, up from 14.9 to just 20 million flat, or 20 million.2. Big portion of this is conquering in India, so they're doing kind of okay. And we already updated EICs, so they are just barely down. They're down around, 10% from their starting score. We only have Team 1 growing about 10%, and then we have growing about 50% is the team that had the biggest starting GDP, and score is GDP growth times, your nominal times your percentage for your entire team. And so we see currently, as it stands, 16-1 in terms of the score split, once you account for the fact that there's a negative score and you fix that. And that's looking like mid to high 14s, maybe 15, in terms of Team 2's current score for the league. And so, yeah. I guess picking Austria blocked Team 3 from getting Prussia and Austria. Yeah, but I think Team 3 was already blocked because Team 2 would have had the next 2 picks following the Austria pick. So it's hard to imagine that Team 2, after having UK, would just leave Austria on the table for Team 3 to wheel. USA, Prussia, Austria would be a fine team. So I think they would have taken UK, China, Austria, probably, if Russia had gotten picked. Russia's looking chonk. Russia is looking a little chonk. A lot of people be looking chonk. Not enough time to annex? Yeah. It's like, it's definitely how you play single player. Like, this is definitely, like, the single player, like, what's gonna be good. Did China just keep all their opium? The opium ban event probably just didn't go through because they're controlling the UK, right? To have a better meta, using fixed end date would help. Really, 1870 to 1890. Don't want to have fixed end date because if someone's got a potato computer and the fixed end date takes 5 or 6 hours to get to, just from a logistics, yes.
Quick question, like rule question.
Yes.
If a player gets annexed, do you pause before they transfer to a releasable?
You pause and then you release. Yeah, you pause. Everything happens while paused.
Okay, and I want to double check. There's not a point penalty for this, right?
There's not a point penalty for annexing an ally and then releasing them. No.
Okay. Thank you.
But the point I was gonna make is that people have lives and time commitments. Players commit to a certain time slot that they can play in, and just from a logistics perspective of the players, we can't play with specific end dates in mind. How does Prussia expect to defend both his homeland and India stuff? Russia team can easily win that. That's true. That is true. I think that it does not make sense for Team 2 to attack Team 3. I think if Team 3 remains neutral or sided with Team 2, Team 2 just locks it in, and they are better served going after Team 1 than they are going after Team 3, considering Team 3's score is currently negative. And to be fair, they have 2 hours to turn it around, roughly, so they have most of the time's not even been used. So we still have quite a bit of time left. Getting electricity would help the meta a lot with some annex plays. Wait, what? Why would electricity help? Russia's diameter maxing? Yeah, true. Watching Russia is really maxing my diameter, to be honest. And we do see... they've been annexed? Is Great Qing annexed? Has Great Qing been annexed?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys have to release a country to play as. Oh, you did
Yeah,
release
we did.
Shaanxi.
I'm Shaanxi.
Have you already swapped to Shaanxi? Everything's good?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm Shaanxi at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. I didn't see the pause. Maybe I'm just...
Yeah, we were paused for a little bit.
Okay, I'm just going crazy. I'm just... big crazy.
That's fine.
Big crazy. I must have been reading chat or something. I would like it if the China annex method was easily blocked every time. In what way? You mean against the rules? You could make it just illegal to transfer states to an ally, and then we would have kind of a return of the old status quo. And maybe this would be an improvement. It's just, I really don't like making some things against the rules. I want it to be as lawless as possible, generally speaking. And, yeah, they're feeding them back everything. I think it's preferable to have a state of lawlessness. Or I do not want to be the arbiter of what is too cheesy and what isn't, and also I want to see what optimal play looks like. And the best way to see what optimal play looks like is to make a competition out of it. Now, for those of you who don't know, there's indeed a very significant prize, you know, at the end of this league. There will be one winner of this league. We're keeping track of score for a reason, you know, and this is very significant. The winner of the league will get the opportunity to buy themselves a candy bar. And I don't know how... it's hard to emphasize how great a... what is this? North German unification. It's hard to emphasize exactly how good a prize that is, but let me tell you, the opportunity to buy yourself a candy bar is a very significant prize indeed. And this is what they are in fact playing for. The way to fix China's shenanigans is to allow day one wars. Yeah, I don't want your inability to click faster than the other person to, as when it comes to declaring a war, to significantly impede you. Although it's a big reason why you couldn't do it day one, or we didn't want to have it day one wars, was previously you would get locked into a diplomatic play, so it would prevent the locking in of a diplomatic play, but also you could, like, for example, as your first thing, declare on the UK. Now the UK can't release the EIC. So what, the UK gets a penalty because they can't release EIC? They have to release EIC first. Now, to be fair, you could just make it you can't declare on the UK until they release the EIC, something like this. But we could remove that rule, though. Because the main reason for it was that you would get locked in Diplo plays, and now that's not the case anymore. So, if that's not the case, then maybe you don't care too much. Maybe you don't care enough. But completely reset the infamy as well. Over 200 infamy on Great Qing, now it's gone. Did the USA go for Mexico? Not yet. Prussia go for Denmark? What is Team 3 doing? Well, to be fair to Prussia, I think that it's probably better to take these states. Electricity boosts GDP for certain countries strapped for pops. I don't think it's within the scope of how late date we can get to. Also, it's a lot of construction to get everything electrified. They have to reintegrate all the land now? Yeah, but it's 2-year incorporation timers. It's not too bad. It'll be reincorporated before the end date. Perpetual wars with China? Yeah, you could just perpetual war China. But historically speaking, forming North German Fed has just been an absolute enormous, like, boon. We get a little bit boop. Johnny Walker, thank you for the follow, big nice. Historically speaking, everyone gets spooked by China, and China's easier to fight at game start, and then they just get run over by Germany formation. And this has happened so frequently. But I mean, maybe you just have to handle both, and it's, Prussia has the best opportunity for this, or they will get the biggest GDP bump. You know, especially just forming a North German Fed. And if you need Prussia's help to fight Great Qing, then suddenly you're going to let them do their thing. So really, if you're the third party to this, if you're the team with neither China nor Prussia, you have to somehow figure out a way to kneecap China and then kneecap Prussia as well. Lawless is good. The cheese is still good, too good sometimes. You can make it more lawless by allowing day one wars to counter it. No, yeah. I think that the main reason for not allowing day one wars is actually no longer present. Right, which is that you would get locked in on wars. I'm trying to think of... There's a bunch of stuff you can't do when you're at war, but the fact that you can still declare your own wars is maybe substantive. It does make, like, Belgium unplayable, though. I'm not sure how I feel about that. But maybe Belgium should be unplayable. Yeah, it's not about bragging rights. It's about the opportunity to buy yourself. Maybe at some point we have a grand league where we have the winners from previous leagues all play against each other and they get the opportunity to buy themselves a loud car outside. Can you look at the new Chinese laws? They just inherit Great Britain's. But yeah, we could show it. They inherit Great Britain's laws. Whatever Great Britain has, this is what they do. Are they passing? I don't know about this. Enacting poor laws is... Oh, wait. Yeah, enacting poor laws just can't be correct. Like... What's the idea here? Oh, the idea is you're not going to pay for bureaucracy anyways because you're going to cheese it by getting the Suez Canal. The Suez cheese? Candy bar? I know. Does it include the opportunity to eat the candy bar? No. You have to win you have to win another tournament for that. Clicking faster wouldn't affect this any more than now. Well, so the idea was that you would get locked in a diplomatic play, and your ability to click your play faster than their play, I didn't like. But that's actually not a factor anymore, because you can still start a diplo play even if you're the target of a diplo play. So, it's really not present. TJM Bernard, thank you for the follow. Why is Belgium unplayable? You might not be able to escape as Belgium. If the France player... Someone... We do see a German leadership. I'm just too focused on the chat. We do see German leadership play. And we see Team 2 helping with this against Team 1. So they are going for the slathering. Liberate Hungary is in there. They're going for the whole shaboodle. It's curious to what extent this will probably bring Team 1 scores negative and bring Team 3 scores positive. This is definitely the type of move that Team 3 has to make after, like, ESE. Yeah, I think that this works. I think this is so good for Team 2. Team 2 might just have the... Team 2 might get perfect score this session. We do see France join and very correctly pause. Hey Java, how's it going? It doesn't make Belgium unplayable with France. Yeah, but if it's on a different team. If you pick the Belgium-China combo, for example, you probably don't have France, and it might be unplayable. Not everything has to be playable, though. Like, a lot of stuff's not playable, so... That is the muscle car. They are not enacting poor laws. Am I just stupid? Oh, sorry, they're getting rid of poor laws. I take it all back. I take it all back. But we do see the pauses as this starts to roll in. Canal cheese, what's that? Jesus, somehow that sounds really inappropriate. So if you're building the Suez Canal, there's a way where you can void the negative from being negative bureaucracy. I don't know exactly how it works. It's been explained to me, but I forgot how it worked exactly. It's not a cheese I'm interested in using in single player, but we might ban it for multiplayer. Or we might just make it so people have to fight over Sinai, or that they like consider that a relevant thing. I think that might add texture and interestingness to things. But yeah, look, France, Austria never win this. So I do think that they are extending the pause length for whatever reason. So we're gonna unpause. But we are also speed 3 now. World War, big war finally. I've been watching some of your videos since 1.7, learning lots of things. Thank you so very much. You are very welcome. Can France carry this? I don't think there's a... Well, I guess China's not in this war. So China is really going to be the powerhouse, but Great Britain has all of this. So, what's the best way for me to put... let's do this. They have 146 battalions. To be fair, France actually has more battalions, but here's the thing. This is a huge amount of conscripts. Now, they're discriminated, so the conscript up slowly. I just don't... I don't think there's a way. Not even using all their maneuvers here. Conquer Boho for good measure. Jesus. To be fair, Conquer Boho is something that you as Team 2 don't want to happen. Because you want to try and get both their scores to 0 or negative. Oh, but this is too much. No, Austria has nothing to give. Austria needs to, yeah, their taxes are up now, but no, Austria is too close to default already without even mobilizing. Do they already have skirmish infantry is also a big thing? They do, but yeah, this is just, no, this is just a 4-on-2. There's no way. Like France is maybe bigger than the UK here, militarily speaking. Despite the level of conscripts you're gonna get out of here, and the time it takes to conscript them all, but no, this is gonna be brutal. Any tips for Brazil in the current game? I haven't seen much on it since 1.7. There's some stuff specific to Brazil. I can't remember. Like, you have to, like, well, it depends if you want to go Pedro or not. But if you want to go Pedro, you have to, like, specifically avoid any revolution or separatist movement. So you actually can't annex anything, like, close to the game. You, like, can't annex subjects or anything like this because you don't want to get separatist movements. Which creates a bit of an interesting situation. Oh, Jesus, not like this. So they're going to lose Besberia instantly here. I mean, it looks relatively balanced, but it looking relatively balanced now is really, really bad because France has a standing army advantage. And the conscript advantage is definitely going to the team with the UK and Prussia who have Indian territory overseas. So as time goes on, the conscripts will eventually become more of a factor, but also there's not that much time until default, especially depending on the level of conscription. Assuming Austria is conscripting. If Austria is not conscripting, then like Prussia and mainland Great Britain's conscripts contribution will be like more substantive. UK is running positive money though. France, UK is running positive money, and France is like running out of money. And Russia has a huge, there's no way this war works. Doing good, started school? Very nice. Does it work with the Panama Canal too? I assume it does, but the Panama Canal is locked behind later tech. Is Austria on skirmish? They are, but there's just no way. If only they had Shewa, maybe they could win this. True. Big if true. Yeah, now the tide is starting to... They had an advantage on one of the fronts. The tide is starting to turn against them on both the fronts now. And I just don't see it. Right? French war reps are even in there too. Brutal. War reparations are really rough. They're actually incredibly strong when, like, in multiplayer. What if Spain saves them with some debt cheese? This is allowed. The cheese is allowed. Spain can also declare war on them for... Oh, I don't know if Spain can get an interest. But Spain, in theory, could declare for Bohemia, Moravia, West Galicia, East Galicia, and also Moldavia, and brick the entire front. If they can get an interest here. I don't think they can actually get an interest in the place where Boho is, so let's just take a look. But Spain's just been incredibly quiet. Spain's just chilling. So... Yeah, they can't get the South Germany interest, unfortunately. They do have the Danube interest, but, Oh, maybe they can. I think the red, any place that's white, they can't declare an interest. Okay, so we obviously can't try and do it manually because we're not Spain. But yeah, without Spain's help, and is Spain even fighting someone? No, they're not. There's a fight going on in that ocean. But yeah, it's just to be fair, you have the defensive advantage effectively here as well. You do have war goals that require you to take stuff, but you could just try and defend only. At which point progress becomes a lot harder. The number of strategic regions they have to defend against landings is really high, though. They have to defend Balkans, Italy, Occitania, and France, which kind of a lot to have to defend against the UK player. Because the UK can just do a lot of shenanigans. You see that this is a huge army to be defending. I think this is actually too big. This is too much. You can't have 170 battalions at home and 170 on the front. That's way too large a percentage. I mean, you're never gonna get landed, but like, you have to try and win before they conscript up. So actually, they would have a chance if they just, only kept 70 back. They split this in half. They have it cover both, and they move this 100 onto the front. They could actually be pushing Prussia right now. It's really hard. I'm actually very bad at this, the microing of military in real time, and so it's definitely a lot harder when you're actually the one doing it. And the thing that's the best for Team 2 is like, it's not like Team 1 and Team 2 are just fighting. It's not like Mommy and Daddy are fighting and Team 3 is just watching, in the corner of the living room crying. Team 3 is an active participant here, which means they're not getting the, like, third-party, like, kind of aspect. Like, they're committing resources here as well. When two teams fight and the other one just watches in the corner, as we do like to watch in the corner, this gives you like a really big advantage, and because the other team is expending resources against each other, the third party always wins. There's not a third party situation here, so yeah. You seem to have missed your message about being able to liberate war goals. I did miss it. So you're saying they can brick lib Hungary? Is that by transferring over the capital of Hungary? France and Austria might be caught overspending on construction, and Prussia timed their move well. Well, France isn't even overspending on construction. I don't know what's going on with France. It's like, calling this level of construction sectors overspending might be not correct. Are they building railroads in the UK? No, they're not. That'd be cheeky. Spain probably doesn't have central banking to take on debt. Ooh, yikes. That's probably a good call. Where are the Russians? I think they're on this front. Is there a Hugo Boss? Wait, what? Oh, it's played by Hugo Boss. I'm stupid. Yeah, but this is maybe actually even winnable if France actually put their troops on the front. You conquer the capital releasables? Yeah. This makes sense. Because you can't put it in as a war goal if the capital is not available. Let's maybe do a GDP update here. Kind of before the war concludes. Do another one after. But we're observing France right now. We have 32 million GDP, up from 27.7, 32.1. To be fair, this is a pretty nice little growth in that time period. We have Austria, although they're mobilized, so their GDP is going to be inflated. Austria up from 20.1 to 21.4. When you're mobilized, your GDP will be a little bit higher. France was at 9.3, they're up to 9.7. France playing a little quiet, or sorry, Spain playing a little quiet, but that's okay. That is okay. UK, down from 127 million to 74.7 million, which of course makes sense because they released China. Russia was at 53 million last check-in. They're at 54.3, so very modest growth from Russia. To be fair, I think Russia has mainly just let their infamy decay down, whereas previous segments they were conquering a lot. And China, Great Qing, up from 20.6 million to 101.2 million. We're just going to do not the decimals in there. So their team's GDP growth has grown a little bit. I think it was like 60-something%, and now it's 170% or 70-something%. But overall, not the biggest growth from the team kind of in that segment. Although the other teams haven't really grown either because it hasn't been too much time. We go 25.6 million for the USA. 25.6. Prussia up to 20. Up 500,000 from 20.7, 20.2 rather, and EIC was at 15.5, and now they are at 16.6. Really small change since our last check-in. I guess we checked in not too long ago, and I guess maybe we should have had this war kind of just looking as we were looking at the countries, but we will let them know the score situation. After this war, assuming that Team 3 and Team 2 win versus Team 1, we will see at least the score is positive. And we do have to apply a penalty to Team 1, but Team 1 score is negative, there's no penalty. So will save me a little bit of trouble, perhaps. And France gets in. So France is making some moves. Not to the front, but this is with the 21 stack. 91 stack going to kind of deal with that. But this is, we're observing right now Prussia. It looks like France might have... France woke up a little bit, assigned around 50k more to this front. And now they're pushing the front. And they're doing okay over here. It looks like UK might have made the mistake of not scraping the barrel with their conscription. I suppose we can take... I forgot they're still... They're trying to fight 2 wars? Come on. When they're fighting a PvP war, this is just disrespectful. Yeah, they are not... They should have more battalions now. They're not. They don't. They're not taking this war as seriously as they should. They're like, we got this in the bag. France assigns to the front. Maybe this was the plan all along. Make them think you're weak and then assign to the front with an additional 50k. But stuff's gotten reorganized. Landings are taking place in multiple spots. I don't think the UK is organized for this. The UK is trying to defeat it with navies, which, to be fair, these navies ought to win. Oh no, you have multiple admirals. Not like this. You do not want to have multiple admirals. That's not how you win the naval battles. So this one guy, this guy will get through. Oh wait, you have multiple admirals on France. Well, just kidding. No one, we all lose here. But not over here. This is gonna get pushed out though. So that's fine enough. But this is almost certainly, yeah, this is the strategic objective here, so... And this is the front that's really going to matter. You enforce on Austria. That's the bag, right? There's no Wargle that's not on... Oh, there's French war reps, but... And France is not on this front to... Wait, what? There's 127... Where are the Austrian troops? Bruh. Oh, these are the Austrian troops. Okay, just kidding. I was like, where do they be? France is doing all the work. What is this 140 boat armada stack? Well, this is... I mean, you want to win the wars, man. You want to win the naval battles. But it looks like there's a little bit of a microgame back and forth as well. Because UK has left just these battalions behind. So they're gonna have to... They're relying on the Navy to prevent landings, which, to be fair, the UK has a big enough Navy where they can do this, but if they mess up just once, they just will get enforced out real quick. Is there any pushing progress going on here? Ottoman or Persia, Egypt conquering the whole Middle East should be better than Spain. I have played Egypt, my guy. I do not think Egypt is a stronger start. You can just play as Spain and then conquer the Middle East if you want to do that. Or like Spain into Morocco into all this. Spain has a bigger starting GDP, they have better tech. You can make an argument for Ottomans, but I think that there are pretty significant penalties from the sick man that are just like you don't have with Spain. What's wrong with having multiple admirals? So the way that it works is however many admirals you have, your navy gets split up into that many different things, into that many different segments. So whenever this French fleet fights these 17 ships, you'll only take 4 or 5 ships with each battle. Even if one of the admirals has been defeated, the next one will only take 4 or 5 fleets. So it's split proportionally to the number of admirals, so it dilutes the power of your navy. So if we had a 40 stack versus a 40 stack, one having 1 admiral, one having 4, the one with 1 admiral would fight with 40 boats against 10 boats, win, and then fight versus 10 boats again, win, and then fight versus 10 boats again, win, and then fight versus 10 boats again. And so this is why I think that we are going to see what the pause is about. Oh, just kidding, they unpaused. So France accepts demands, and we see a pause from Team 3. Whoa.
I have something that is not right.
What's going on?
I have a war with France, and I had him to tick down below 0, and he gave his state away to Spain, so he can't be enforced. So that's a little bit exploitable for me.
That's part of what you can do.
So he can just give the state away, so
Yes.
he can't tick down anymore? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
This is allowed.
I thought this was not allowed, so...
No, it's allowed.
Okay.
Yep.
Then it's all good.
Yep.
Sorry for bothering.
No, you're good. This is definitely a fair question. We'll talk about it with the chat. Yeah.
Alright.
So France was getting ticked below 0. Uh-oh. USA's out. France was getting ticked below 0 because Alsace-Lorraine had been occupied. And they just gave it away to Spain. Break the war goal. And so...
Right now, because I only see 8 players, and someone started the game again.
Did someone desync? I think someone desynced.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay. Can I take a quick bathroom break at the moment?
Yeah, that works.
Okay,
We need to figure out. Actually, we'll set 3-minute bathroom break.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, the AI capitulated. Let's see. Wait, you
Hello.
guys aren't USA. Where's the USA?
No.
Wait, where's? What happened to your third person?
Yeah, I think he left the game. He didn't said something.
He didn't say anything.
He just like Oof.
I think he got a disconnect or something.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Let's see if we have a substitute, but we are going to reload from autosave because USA capitulating doesn't make sense there.
Yeah.
So we are going to save this game, and we're going to rehost. Laptop gamer again? Says chat. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Does anyone have a contact with them? We haven't seen them in
I can write him.
He hasn't
Please
commented on
outline
anything.
him.
We're gonna start looking for a sub. Alright. We're gonna rehost too. Call an ambulance for the USA player. Alright. Let's see, who were the alternates?
I know that.
I hope we find somebody to sub for US.
We're gonna find somebody. I'm gonna double check the alternates. I'm gonna get this lobby going first, though. We're gonna go back to July 1st, though, because the USA just capitulated. If neither... Okay, let's see. Who were the...
Like the AI capitulating, or just the US automatically being capitulated out of the war since there was no war goal against that?
The AI for the USA capitulated.
Okay.
Which, like...
Yeah, I know it's a thing where it's like, if you have, like, no war goals against someone, then they'll automatically capitulate out. Because technically you've enforced all the war goals against them.
This is true, but, here, I'm gonna get the lobby set up first. But, the AI will just, the AI just capitulated out. Alright, so our two alternates are Sleepy and Zayad. We're gonna see it right here.
Right back.
And we're also gonna give the USA some time to, like, if his, like, just power went out temporarily, gonna give him a little bit of time.
Yeah, my lights flickered and I, like, had a mini heart attack. I was like, no.
Connor insists that he's an alternate, despite not being an alternate.
I think he was actually an alternate because I was an alternate that actually switched in for the player, and I guess I'm wrong. Like...
Yeah, so there's only 2 more alternates remaining.
Oh, okay.
But if neither of the alternates are here and the USA play doesn't rejoin, then we can use Connor as well.
This is a really interesting game so far. Much more active than the last one.
It is very active. Yeah. This game is a hot
yeah,
one.
this is...
I don't think we've been at this for longer than like 2 minutes.
Oh. Connor's right.
Yeah, it's insane like how many new like meta strategies people hooked up just in this season.
Yeah, the China one is crazy.
And people actually finding it used for violate sovereignty.
The China one wasn't that wasn't possible last season because you couldn't transfer states, right?
Yeah.
I
mean, yeah, you're right.
Because it was in 1.4.
Yeah, they added trade state in 1.5. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Wait, was there a 1.5 season?
There was like a couple false starts, but it was really unstable, so I stopped trying. To be fair, I also get way less views streaming this versus single player.
Unfortunate. MP is great.
Yeah, the people don't. Shout out to chat. They don't like it as much.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
I'm like 3,000 alt accounts and
I know like Bokoen like streams multiplayer Vic 3. I wonder how he does and gets decent views.
Well, he's playing. I'm just
Yeah,
casting.
fair.
There's a substantive difference.
Yeah.
I cannot play because that would ruin the competitive integrity. And there's like substantive prizes at the top. So like,
you know, you could get the host from last week to host, and then
like, I play.
Yeah, that might be interesting.
Maybe, yeah, that would be interesting. I still
I'd
think
watch
there's an asymmetry there that I'm the one deciding the rules and playing.
Yeah.
It makes me a little bit uncomfortable.
You can have you can just have him make like new rules or like change it and just have him just be the rule lawyer.
Yeah, the rule is generalist isn't allowed to build chops.
That's right.
No lumber mills from generalists.
No lumber mills.
The first rule of 3v3v3
is don't talk about 3v3v3. Don't stream it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Instantly right.
Generalist, I was complaining about this to Joey. We are microing Navy in Vicky.
Yeah, I'm microing so hard in Navy.
I noticed that. You're just like chasing each other around.
They're gaming.
Yeah, I mean, like, whenever I'm playing single player, I rarely ever pay attention to my navies.
Yeah, the UK is just like...
MP, you have to.
I'm gonna catch you, Joey. I'm gonna catch you.
You're not gonna catch me, brother. Listen, man.
You're on your fourth general. You're on your fourth general on this fleet. I'm gonna catch you.
And Joey is, by the way, the France player, right?
I can just split off my navy. I can just split the dead generals. I can just split them, rehire them over and over again. I'll do that.
Have we?
I'll kill them all.
We have not heard from the USA player, right?
No, I have not.
Who is the USA player?
But if
that was
the one who left.
Oh, Connor's already in here, but yeah,
Fireball was the player.
Fireball.
I assume that we're still gonna since it's over half the session was played by him, he'll inherit the score, but Connor will be on USA. Connor, you can join up.
Okay.
Which is definitely a little bit of a, and I think that who else is not in the game yet?
Oh, I accidentally had Victoria 3 open in debug mode. Gotta relaunch it.
We're gonna do like
Russia's not in here yet.
So whenever he rejoins, we gotta do the same thing again.
You rat.
What? Listen, man. Listen, man. I don't know how you got into the Rhineland. I have no idea. Oh, sorry, Alsace-Lorraine. I have no idea, but it happened. So
we're just
I don't know how you got into the Rhineland.
We're pushing another battle right now.
Negotiating the borders of the 16th through 19th century. I don't know how you got the Rhineland, but it's not yours.
yeah. I don't know how that happened, but
we're still pushing.
IRL, like in like.
You're not pushing, brother.
IRL, like Talleyrand wanted. Prussia, the Rhineland instead of Poland because he thought like it'd be easier for France to retake that if the two countries ever went to war again.
You're gonna die, Joey.
Well, you know what? Though,
yeah, during the Congress of Vienna.
You are so lucky though that that first naval invasion, your ship got there the last second.
It was so close. It was at 80%.
You know what? I'll be honest, man. I actually flipped a coin to see if I should rage quit, and it said no, so I didn't rage quit. I was like, that's crazy.
Hugo.
This says connection timed out. I'm trying again.
What if I naval base New South Wales? What would happen?
I'm not gonna lie, I would not care in the slightest.
What? No, you don't understand, man. Your whole empire would just crumble down, man. It's New South Wales, and then there's London. Then what's next?
You're so right. I cannot let New South Like they are not in the war. They are also not in the war.
I can deck it right now.
It's like them not being in the war is really the problem.
Yeah, I can die. Let's see here.
It's okay. I'll enforce them in.
Oh yeah, do it, please.
My ultimate goal is to get Team 2's score as low as possible, so that I can 1-for-1.
Don't do that.
Team 2 is not my team, so it's.
Oh, okay.
Fine.
Okay, that's well. You play to maximize the score for your team for this session. Right? Don't play to maximize your league score. I understand that there's a big prize at the end of the league for the person who wins, but
a candy bar.
No.
Oh.
You changed it?
It's not a candy bar. It's never been a
It's
candy
two
bar.
candy bars.
No, it's not 2 candy bars. Does anyone know what it is?
Oh
Is it
yeah,
a
it's
stick
the
of gum?
chance.
The chance to buy yourself a candy
Yeah, the
bar.
opportunity to buy yourself a candy bar. That's right. One might even say it's better than a candy bar.
That's why we're playing ranked competitive.
You get a nickel and some pocket lint.
There's surely nothing better than an opportunity.
You're so right. That's what America was founded on. We need to get back to it.
The American dream.
Get in there.
The opportunity to buy yourself a candy bar.
Exactly.
Truly. I think since
It's
the
the
USA,
same link, right? Or the ID?
it's a new one that I posted. It depends what you mean by same. I'll post it.
Oh yeah, I see. I see now.
Oh, you just posted it again.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
That's
It's not the same as the original one.
It's the same as one I was using now.
If they only allowed co-op countries, this would be great.
Joey, you should surrender right now.
No, you should. You have no idea, man. I have London under siege. You have no idea, man. I literally have like artillery pointed at London right now.
It's okay.
Okay.
You should surrender right now. It's not good for you.
No, listen, man.
You should release Occitania from yourself and then surrender.
You have no idea, man. My top scientist is inventing a V2 rocket. Apparently, I never heard this thing before. It shoots up in the sky.
A rocket.
What is a rocket? What is a rocket?
It's a rocket. From what he says, that he like propels it using like the blood of Englishmen, like with bombs, and then it just drops.
That's crazy. We just use our boomsticks.
Yeah.
Boomsticks go pal.
Use your boomsticks, huh?
Do we?
Well, the French army is using muskets because that's all we can afford right now. So.
No boomsticks.
You're on line infantry.
Yeah.
You swapped back.
That's crazy.
You
That's
actually
why you're losing.
You can't swap back, and it drives me absolutely crazy because you can swap up to something that uses radios, or it drove me crazy in the Finland run. You can swap up to something that uses radios, and you can't swap back.
Yeah. You have to wait until you research.
What I mean is that I only conscripted.
I am joined now.
I only conscripted.
All right, perfect. We're just waiting on Connor to get joined.
It's seemingly not. Oh, I just got in. Okay, the last time.
Yeah, waiting for him to go on the United States.
Yeah, and then we're gonna click observe, and we're just gonna try and get all. Oh wait, no. Let's give Connor a couple minutes to.
Yeah, a few minutes of about to everyone.
We will unpause in 2 minutes. Okay.
We can touch stuff, right?
Okay.
You can touch stuff.
Okay.
You're gonna die, Joey.
We're gonna pause in 2 minutes. You guys can stay in here, or you can go to your respective chats. But on 2 minutes, I will be unpausing without a warning. This is your warning.
We'll wait.
And if you guys want to talk smack in front of the chat, you can. Smack you.
Joey already left because he's scared.
True.
He knows I have 4 million in gold reserves, making money. He knows it.
True if big. Yeah, what do you guys? You guys like that Alsace-Lorraine move? Pow.
That's crazy. By the way, Dream, you need to violate sovereignty on Spain when he does that.
You can't prevent it because it's already happened.
Yeah. No, I mean like when he does. Yeah, like when he does that, you just violate sovereignty on Spain so we can push through.
Yeah. You guys will get
Germany?
spaghettied off the front, but then you can do that.
Germany.
Bueller?
Germany.
Yes.
Hello.
Prussia.
Yeah, not yet. Germany. Come on.
Not yet, Germany. No, what's a Germany? You need to violate sovereignty on Spain.
Okay. I can't do that.
Huh?
I can't do that.
What's
it says must have a land theater adjacent to both war leaders.
It's gonna require an unpause before you can do it. I'm guessing.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It doesn't like it registers like ownership after I think it takes a weekly tick.
Yeah, but when you're able to, just make sure you violate sovereignty, or unless you don't want to. But then Joey might. Like it's someone's violating sovereignty. It's happening.
Yeah, or like that front is Joey can't. He has a truce. Oh no, wait. Can you
you're right.
Violate through a truce? I forget.
I don't think so. Let me see.
Alright,
we're
pausing.
Uh-oh. Alright, I'm gonna go to team chat.
Okay.
we do see the last battle of the dregs here. The homie is trying to be a homie with France, offering some investment opportunities. But we do see the front get bricked by the transfer of a war goal, which of course is one of the aspects of 3v3v3. We don't see too much war decking on your allies happen, but it's a way you can brick war goals. The release of the release of Hungary can be bricked. And Connor might point this out to Team 3. He was present in chat noting it, but if Central Hungary belonged to someone else, like Spain, you could brick it. And so this might be, considering he is now USA, Prussia, EIC, he's not on a team with them. But he's kind of wanting to minimize them. Bonapartist coming back. But he is on USA, Prussia, EIC, so he's actually on the other side. So he's actually incentivized to not let them know. Okay. And Team 1 definitely wants Team 3 to be negative in kind of what's going on. But kind of getting back into the swing of things. We do have 1 hour remaining. We will let everyone know. It'll be interesting to see if there's a major movement as well. So the USA player did swap out, right? And Connor swapped in. Connor might feel some kind of way about this war in general, and we might get a negotiated peace deal that is not involving a full enforcement, with the idea that they have an hour to fight Team 2. And if they want a 6v3 Team 2, they can try and do it. But they need to end this war basically immediately. And so if you're the, USA, Prussia, EIC team saying, hey, we'll take just German leadership, we won't enforce any of the things that kneecap you, help us fight Team 2. This is probably the correct Diplo play. It's definitely hard to make this type of move on a dime, but this war is much to the benefit of Team 2 and Team 1 here, and is looking very, very good for them. I'm not sure we see that kind of outcome, but Liberate Hungary helps Team 1 and Team 2, but this war going another 20 minutes, and leaving, Team 1 unable to fight against Team 2, categorically, would not be as preferable as just locking in German leadership, I would think, and then fighting Team 2. But this is... We haven't seen too many crazy Diplo moves and changes of pace, so maybe we don't see this happen, but I definitely think it would be good. France is carrying this war somehow, a miracle. Yeah, Joey is, so there were 3 to 4 really strong players from last season. One of them was Joey. Joey just started playing again for these. But Joey plays multiplayer quite a bit. He's pretty strong. I don't know if I agree with the amount of guys he's using to defend these landings, but, I don't think it, wait, they're actually pushing back here. How is it that... I'm very confused, actually. I think that... Yeah, this is... There's way too many battalions. Look, 555 from France. Now, to be fair, France is like, eco can't sustain this for too long, and look at the cost of war relatively. But these guys didn't scrape the bottom of the barrel. And these guys did, so... whether or not you win this war is, really a big deal. It'll be interesting to see if there's any sort of negotiation, though. Because I think Team 1 doesn't mind giving up just German leadership if that's all that they have to give up, in exchange for getting to take a big crack at, this biscuit. That is Team 2. What are you implying? Oh man, I don't know what that's in response to. Why don't 3v3v3s games going late game, because you would have to organize the same 9 people coming from multiple sessions, or you'd have to organize a 10 or 12-hour session. It's like logistically difficult. Can you click the main front? Sure. But we see Austria pushing back, and they are actually pushing. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is a mixed coalition. UK is not on the same, UK and Russia are on one team, USA, Prussia are on the other team, and it definitely benefits you if one of your team, if UK and Russia scrape, and USA and Prussia don't, this is to the benefit of that team, and vice versa. So there is some perverse incentive, whereas this is just a unified team, so they're incentivized to fully go for it. How far? Oh, that's the ding ding ding. That's the pain right there. That might be all she wrote. Starting to eat a default malice is just going to be... This offense and defense malice is just going to make it really, really untenable. USA does get enforced on eventually because there were no war goals on them. Now, to be fair, I think there is war goals on Russia. So Russia, there's no war goals on the UK though. So you just have to wait out the UK. And then it turns into Prussia and Russia versus Austria and France. And the question is okay, if we look at the mobilization, Prussia and Russia combined, 570 battalions. 570 from France alone. So despite them being in default, I think that once the UK capitulates out, maybe you just win this. And so, what's the UK's war support at right now? Minus 75, and ticking down quite quickly. I take it all back. Don't call it a comeback. You know, this is something that I miss sometimes. But the fact that there's no war goal on the UK means that the UK is not locked in. Oh, but France isn't locked in either. Jesus. It's going to be the double, the twofer. Oh, no, wait, they are locked in because French war reps. French war reps, literally, if this wasn't in, this is a win. But since it's in, rough seas. Also, are they defending Italy? They're not defending Italy. Corsica does start out... Oh, it's unincorporated. Does it start out unincorporated? I thought Corsica starts out incorporated. Did he unincorporate it somehow so he couldn't get enforced on for war reps? What a pogger. Alright, but, oh, we also see this coming in. So, yeah, this is a vibe. What is the Team 1 penalty for? Declaring a war before unpause. Does UK keep their guarantee on Transvaal? They probably get rid of it. Austria defeating fast. Is Russia getting cooked? Look at that occupation. Russia, they're getting cooked now. But the bigger thing is that the war support of the UK is about to reach 0. But Team 3 getting cooked is not the worst for Team 2. And Great Britain is out. And if they could undo these French war reps, this is really something that's so critical, and it shouldn't be that critical in these games. But whether or not you have a war goal, determining whether or not people auto-capitulate out is just such a big factor. And it's so disgustingly important that it shouldn't be. But that just has to do with the way diplomatic plays work, which are kind of insane. But we play to the mechanics of the game themselves. So now we're in a situation where this is a bit of a... Well, it's not a deadlock. France is winning this, despite the fact that Austria is basically a non-participant at this point. So France is just 1v1ing this. And, well, let's double check that Russia's on skirmish, because if they're not on skirmish, like, this is really obviously, like, just a loss for them. They are on skirmish, so, but, look at this. This is France properly exploiting Russia's weaknesses, which is having too many strategic regions to cover. And he's still defending with, 130k, so it's not like he's gonna get landed, but, like, he's never gonna... He's defending with too much, but it's like, it's whatever. He's microing out a whole bunch of other stuff, so, and then, what is going to get enforced here? German leadership, liberate Ukraine, liberate Poland, liberate Rhineland. So nothing actually proactive other than German leadership. So you're going to get the annex on Bavaria and some other stuff, but it's overall not that big a deal in terms of... Not a lot is getting gained by Team 1, so... Corsica doesn't start incorporated. It didn't last week, at least. So the AI just always incorporates it. Bengali environment could turn the tide. This is the benefit you get by being such a world player like Bengal. Yeah, they could also... Well, not this Bengal. You could also violate sovereignty to try and do some stuff. I'm not sure if you can violate sovereignty to violate truces, but if you can force the UK back into the war. I don't think that's going to be achieved here, though. I think that's going to be too deep in the tank for these players to come up with at this point. But really, just an under-mobilization is really kind of what happened here. France did, like, literally... Let's take a look at Paul Allen's edicts. Look at this. This is why France is winning, by the way. Look at all the enlistment efforts everywhere. Just everything that's full committed to the war. Right? Whereas, I'm not even sure UK used all of their conscripts that they had available from here. But even if they did, like, this is what scraping the bottom of the barrel looks like. The Bengal player is known for 5D plays, so it could be very interesting here. Clearly, this is the opportunity they're waiting for. True, true. Bet they didn't expect this war to go that badly. Well, you know, the tale of the... I mean, if they watch it back, the adjustment that France made going into this war was very substantive. The adjustment that other countries made was not a lot. But to be fair, France's GDP is stagnant and is in fact going down. You know, Austria's GDP is going to be stagnant. It's not like they're emerging from this war with anything really to show for it other than they're going to get German leadership. You can form South German Fed, so you're going to annex, like, Bavaria or whatever, and this is going to be, like, a nice little come-up. But you're not peeling anything off of the problem. The problem's Team 2. You have, you know, 45 minutes left. Are you really going to get a 6v3 off? You know, after enough times happen, and the UK is finally starting to deal with the Ottomans. But the UK, I just think, look, there's 86 conscript battalions. There's hundreds of battalions here. If you full conscripted India, you would have gotten more stuff. Looks like there is a landing in on a soft spot here, which you say, oh, not my gumdrop buttons. You were defending the Balkans instead of Italy here. And look, this isn't going to stop anyone because they're in default. France has got to get on this front. Otherwise, it's going to get pushed. I don't know if France is going to want to commit there, but we do see an occupation of Prussia's capital here. Unless Prussia moved the capital, which they didn't. They could have, in theory, moved the capital over to the Rhineland, but capital's not been moved. The front has been spaghettied, so we might see some spaghetti. Whoever has the best ravioli, in fact, wins this war, which is going to be not so good. Looks like someone is using some mobilization decrees while other people... Oh, is anyone using the transport decree? Whoever gets here first actually just wins the war, huh? And France gets there first, and so... Boop. This is going to get pushed through quite quickly, but it doesn't matter. because they're already enforcing down. At least I think it doesn't matter. The enforcement is going to be -10 unless it's way bigger on Austria, which it's not. It's -6. That's going to be the speed, and that's going to be it. Now, the secondary thing is, are we going to enforce against Russia? My guess, knowing Joey, I think most other players would just keep the war against Russia. Joey actually might white peace Russia, which would be interesting. I don't... actually, with this situation, I think you just don't, but, like... Look, I think the correct decision actually is to white peace Russia after you enforce this for Austria, but it's really hard to make this in real time, and it's just for consideration that you have to 6v3. You have to 6v3 Team 2 before the time runs out, if you're Team 1. I definitely think it's possible, but Joey doesn't usually make weird moves that often. Weird adjustments. That's kind of like a weird adjustment. I definitely think he's capable, but surprised he, like... I was uncertain that he was on France, because I think he stalled out the GDP really early, but it is what it is. Can't believe Team 1 pulled this off. Yeah, it's 100, like, UK didn't mobilize all their base conscripts, and then France did this. So, will Russia get dismantled? Best ravioli? We know it won't be the UK. What are you talking about? A beef Wellington is ravioli, right? Beef Wellington's pretty good. So now the question is do they keep on fighting here? And they even have a war goal on... if this war goal was not... If the Lib Venice wasn't in on here, the Russia might be able to get away with it too, but unfortunately, the meddling kids. So... Your enemy is getting absolutely destroyed, losing Pop's GDP loyalists. Yeah, Russia just doesn't win this. Be curious to see... Well, I guess... Look, Team 1's actually just probably spent here, too. They have to declare bankruptcy with Austria. There's not a... This minus 50% throughput you can't recover from. Austria's troops are useless. So they have to declare bankruptcy. And Joey doesn't have the finances on France to possibly fight S6v3. And Spain has its... Spain's chilling. Which is okay. But it does mean if Spain's in chill mode, we are going to see, for the most part, there's not going to be a lot of agency from Team 1 in regards to international affairs. Let's take a look at the GDP of Austria, actually, even. I want to see their GDP chart, because they're in default. Yeah, look at this. This is the throughput penalty beginning to be applied, and now it's flattening out because it's maximally applied now. So economy is just cut in half by this minus 50% penalty. Or is 75 the floor? No, it looks like 50% is the floor. Well, do they even not win this against Russia? It's just too hard to push. I actually think that it's possible that this war is just not worth the price for Team 1 anymore. Yeah, I think Team 1 should just white peace this. Like, I think they, well, they're only weakening. Or sorry, yeah, Team 1. They're only weakening. Oh, they're weakening Team 2 by releasing from Russia. My head was all backwards. I thought Russia was on Team 3. Okay, so yeah, I like sticking in and kind of sticking it in on Russia. Russia must be so mad. Yeah. It wasn't their thing. Beef Wellington is just a fancy meat pie. Beef Wellington is ravioli. But, yeah, chat. I think this... Well, I mean... They're starting to get the fronts under... Well, I was about to say they're starting to get the fronts under control, but they're anything but. It's gonna have a push into here. Let's see Paul Allen's budget. So Russia's Russia's got budget to do. Did anyone else use? Yeah, man. No one else conscripted. No one else used the enlistment efforts everywhere. Not only does it give you way more conscripts, it also increases your training rate, which is a big deal. Like, if you put it on a place where you had 50 conscripts anyways, it would, like, do non-zero. But Russia's pushing them back, but that's just because it was an 8 stack that got in here. Now we're trying to do a landing up here. I mean, actually, what are the war goals? Ukraine and Poland. I guess you don't even need the capital, you just need Ukraine and Poland, and they're pushing here. Austria should just go bankruptcy right now. I don't know why they're prolonging it. And oh, I guess this is much to the benefit of Team 3 here, that this war is continuing between these two. And it's really going to be nice for them if Russia gets enforced on. This is kind of a weird slog at the end here. Seems odd to me that players aren't more militarily aggressive. France does get enforced on. France did not have a war goal, so now it's just Austria versus Russia. Yeah, Austria gets slapped here. But also, it's just Lib Venice. Yeah, Austria just gets slapped here. Let's see what Connor's been up to. Or what he's currently up to. Conquered Java. Is he identified as this the place with the most GDP to go for? It does have a big chunk of GDP. It's around 5 million, and it might be the most that's not currently conquered. So, it'll be a little 5 million GDP boost to the score here, which is going to be a sizable chunk, about, 16% growth or whatever. So this seems also like a nice soft spot to expand. Definitely think that that's a good shout. Probably the best one at this point. You just want raw GDP. At this point, it's too late to go for Africa for the gold. There's only like another 45 minutes left in the session. It's not going to make a difference. And you can't go for India anymore. I don't think that this is going to be enough GDP for it to be worth it. Yeah, all the Indian states are internal or landlocked, so 5 million GDP, that's going to be kind of the best pickings, I think. I think you also have a discount on some Mexico stuff, but if you look at the GDP, what's the point of taking Texas or Tejas? It's 100k, 200k, so definitely do like that. Let's kind of switch back to this one here. We should see Russia just crushing Austria here, because this 50% penalty to offense-defense is just too much to overcome. Austria should still just declare bankruptcy and just rip the band-aid off. Oh, baby! They're bricking the war goal, baby. War goal's been bricked. Now Russia will tick down. There is no war goal on Austria that's eligible anymore now that the war goal has been bricked. And Austria just capitulates. And I'm guessing that's a motorcycle. Actually, I'm not guessing. I know that. I feel it deep in my bones that that's a loud motorcycle outside. But are they going to try and de-bankrupt? You just can't chase it like this. You just have to declare, like, this is too much to overcome. Minus 50%, the problem is you just don't generate any revenue because it's also applying to your bureaucracy. So you like, it... You can't overcome this without, like, a bankroll or something, which might be what they have in mind, but I think it's probably just better to throw it in. But we're going to give a score update, and the score update is going to be catastrophically bad for Austria because they're currently in default and they have minus 50% throughput, but we're still going to do a score update. France is down from 32 million GDP to 28.9. They were not without suffering in that war. I don't know why their GDP gets lower during that phase, but it might be because they had to raise taxes, scrape the bottom, and this depresses GDP. Oh, they're also redoing all of their decrees. The decrees being changed is also substantive. You can see their budget kind of fixing quite a bit. I imagine they are in the process. Yeah, so they're back on that Rhone stuff. Austria was at 21 million last check-in, and Austria's GDP is down to 10 million, and they are still in default. So they're down more than 50%, down below their starting GDP, I think. And Spain, España, is up to 11.2 or 11.3 from 9.7. Nice little gain. They're up 40% for their team overall on the session. And now the score is negative. So let's go take a look at the UK, which is up to 81 million from 74. So you notice the UK, they didn't scrape the barrel. They're in much better shape coming out of this war than France was. But they also would have been able to win the war, but maybe winning the war was never important to them. Because, well, I mean, Austria's on their team, so they care about German leadership, but okay, well, whatever. Russia, which we are currently spectating, was at 54 million last check-in. Now they're at 57.3. China was at 101 last check-in. They've just been quietly doing their thing, so expecting to see them up quite a bit. And they're up 33 million. So 134 million, the sleeping giant. So the team is up 102% from the start in the aggregate. Let's see GDP of USA. Now USA I don't think is enforced yet over here, but they're probably going to. They are up from 25.6 to 29 million. Prussia is up to no good. Probably losing some because they did lose the Rhineland, but they didn't lose Silesia, so that's not too bad. They're down 3 million, down to 17.3 rather. And EIC was at 16.6 last check-in. They have been relatively unbothered, so they should be up a little bit. They're up to 18.1. And as of right now, Team 2 would get a perfect score if the session ended right now. Ended right this second. Which is a bit of a vibe. And so, France's population went up and down 2 billion in a year. They got Venice. Also, France lost Alsace-Lorraine. Maybe that's why their GDP is lower. Oh, and Spain getting a nice little come up. Yeah, so 700k. That's also going to be part of it. But that's 700k isolated, right? Yeah, this is an isolated market. They need to pass that back. Pass it back, bro. That's there's probably a lot. Oh, they're incorporating it. Smell you later. So I mean, this stuff is like it looks like this when it's in Spain's hands. Unless Spain's gonna get into France's market, they should really just pass it back. Forget that. This is Spanish territory, though. That was a huge win for Team 2. Yeah. Like they didn't get the bag on here, but look, like even if the other two teams' scores weren't negative, which they are, they're still up over 100% with the biggest starting GDP. They're up 135 million. So like even if the scores got positive from the other two teams, which by the way, Team 1 has a penalty, this is just going to be. It's hard to imagine that Team 2 at this point won't get over 16 points for the session. Now, the way the math works, if you get a perfect score, you get 16.67. This is the perfect score. That is the most that is possible to achieve. I think we have no PvP wars, so we're going to up the speed. And see what can happen. But, we're gonna see what Team 2 thinks. So
Hello.
This is going to change in a bit, I'm sure. But as it stands right at this moment, if the session were to end now, you guys would actually have a perfect score.
Wait, what?
Both the other teams are negative GDP growth.
Oh. I don't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. That's interesting.
Mean,
maybe we need to keep it that way.
They're barely negative, so like by the time it ends, they probably won't be like that. But you have
they might get 1 point.
Also, that war was very close.
Yep. That was a really close war. It was going to be really bad for someone, and it ended up being okay.
Yeah, just kind of okay for everyone. Actually,
I mean, it kind of hurt Austria.
Exceptional for you guys, because I think that what you guys care about is just the other two teams not dogpiling you, and that the war takes another 20-30 minutes is just super good for you, because you're not getting 6v3.
I feel like that's where it's heading, though.
Maybe, but I don't think they have enough time. But maybe. I'm gonna jump in and check in with Team 1.
All right. Thanks for checking in.
Yep. So, that war was really close.
Yeah, it was.
And it shouldn't have been close. They didn't use all the enlistment efforts decrees.
No, they did not.
So, you almost full carried that war. Unfortunately, as France. Unfortunately, if Austria didn't get bankruptcy, you probably would have been able to win versus Russia.
Yeah. Can you...
bankrupted after the war, but I was in
default for the penalties.
Did Russia get skirmish at like the very end of the war? Do you know?
Did Russia do what?
Did Russia get skirmish at the very end of the war?
They had it like halfway through when I checked.
Halfway through? Okay.
I don't know. It did not have it at the start.
They did it, and then I saw at the very end because his manpower recovered, and I was like, oh no, he's got no training on.
Yeah.
But then I just checked, and he has national militia, so probably conscripted so many guys, which he did. So.
Yeah, the UK did not conscript all their Indian troops.
Yeah.
And so if they did that, I think that war would have been super unwinnable for you guys.
I know. But
because it was a 4v2.
Yes. Did you like the micro?
I did like the micro. The micro was cute.
I tried so hard to fight them with 4 ships.
You were microing in multiple places as well. You were trying to fight Great Britain, and you were also landing Russia. Although the Russia landings were a little bit later.
Yeah.
As it stands with the score updates, that's probably no longer current because I think both teams have gained positive GDP. But during the snapshot, it would be a perfect score for Team 2. You have any thoughts on that?
All I can say is that I think Team 2 kind of messed up with their. Wait, yeah, Team 2's Prussia, right? Yeah. I think the Prussian
Team 2 is
messed
UK,
up their
China,
Diplo.
Russia.
No, sorry, yeah. With Team 2, everything just stems from the fact that the Bengal player slipped up and he fell down the stairs.
That's fair. Because then you guys would be able to 6v3 effectively.
Right. That, in addition to that, the UK just took Indian states. So.
Don't you mean British East India Company states?
Yes.
Proper British dirt. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. So, the second he got that, and including China, I was like, yeah, man, I think it might be over.
It's Joe.
But yeah, if Team 3 would have allied with us, I'm pretty sure that we would have been in first and they would have been in second. I'm pretty confident in that because I asked them when I decked on the UK to deck on Russia and I would join, just me, I would join to liberate Poland and Ukraine, and they said no.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking, but.
I mean, from the start, you guys looked like you could barely 6v3 them. I think you do because you have more APM. I think you win a theoretical 6v3, but then. If they don't want to cooperate, then Team 2. Crashes.
Yeah, it's. It was whatever.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Coming in for the Super Germany thing.
Yeah, maybe.
They really want to
Go on.
try to form Germany.
Yeah, even just South German Fed would have been like a nice little come up in GDP.
I still can't believe they decked for South German leadership. Or German leadership. I can't believe that. That was the war.
Yeah, and you guys get 4v2.
Yeah, the Prussia player decked for humiliation and then German leadership.
They started with humiliation?
They did, yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe that was a misclick.
Maybe.
There's no take backsies in 3v3v3. Everyone in chat is like, oh, why didn't you just do this? And then it's like, guys,
well,
these guys are playing in real time.
Yeah, well, tell chat that like I probably could have tell chat that like I like the last like 5 minutes of that final war I kind of slipped up. I should have done. I realized I should have combined my navy to like whack the Russian navy and then do a naval invasion of Ingria, but like yeah, but it's all right. Either way, I think we skated off a humiliating defeat. So
yeah, I think that I think that the situation on the ground was very unfavorable for you, and then they just didn't conscript because. To be fair, there's this interesting mini game where they had 2 teams, each contributing 2 players. It's much better for you if you just barely do anything in the war and the other team commits super hard. Right? And so, but if both teams do that exact thing, then you can just lose the 4v2. Because
right. And in addition to that, Connor, I also saw Connor did the smart thing and left and made up for the GDP loss or a portion of it.
Yeah, he just went off and did other things, basically. Yeah. But, because, I mean, like, what else are you gonna do?
Right.
So, looks like someone
I didn't...
pie.
Yeah, I didn't want Spain to do that because I didn't know if, like, the UK could just run just keep blocking them. And I was like, I'm not risking it.
Oh, so you guys are actively trying to have Spain not fight wars? He's 34 infantry now.
No. During like the Mega Death War, I didn't want Spain to do any plays or do what Connor did because Britain still didn't conscript. So
yeah, I mean once
I thought that Marshall attacked France, so I didn't have an interest in the Austrian area. So I had my interest in the Rhineland and France. They just saw that and they just went straight for Austria. That's what I think, at least.
Yeah.
So I couldn't really join in the war either. It turned out to be okay because we could just exchange Alsace.
But like my real question is though, is that did PD have fun? If he had fun, then he had fun,
The UK player?
Yeah, did he have fun?
What do you mean? Are you saying that like he lost humiliatingly, and so like as long as he had fun? Or
I think so. Well, he's gonna lose rate.
I think that he had the I think that bloc had the resources to win that war.
Oh yes.
And they didn't.
Yeah, no, because like it feels like our bloc heading in had like the most amount of dead. I think Team 2 and Team 3 had like 0 dead. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you guys were in a much worse spot. I mean, you're still in a bad spot.
Yes.
So, you can't afford a war at this point. But
no.
So, as eco as hard as you can. All right, I'm gonna go back to the.
Yeah, I can barely even eco at this point.
Are you're Austria?
Yes.
Yeah. Austria looks in a bit of bad shape. All right, so that's kind of the way things stand. This is correct though. Basically, no agency because France scraped the bottom of the barrel, but now they have an enormous amount of debt. Can't do anything with that level of debt. So, is it mostly them getting Indian states for the GDP growth? This is a huge percentage of it, yeah. But like, even if they had a GDP growth of 1 million, if both the other teams are negative, you get a perfect score. I think what the crowd is really clamoring for, an interview with the Bengal player, his game was so exciting. Yeah, I think Larry's got the right idea. we can stop giving the Bengal player like a hard time. This is like a super easy mistake to make that like there's like no like proper way to recover from, right? Like you can't just like reacquire all the states. I think from that point, Bengal player played like relatively fine. So, yeah, just a huge level of growth here for Team 2. That, as far as I can tell, I mean, we have less than a half hour remaining. You can't win a proper big war in that amount of time, so this is going to be the last little march of the ants here. Unless... The only thing... Wait, Sierra Leone just leaves? Well... the only... I wonder what they're looking at. We haven't looked at this too much. One of the huge advantages of Great Britain, they swapped a trade league at the start, which was a little bit interesting. Deciding that they liked internal trade for the company throughput. This may be correct. Advanced research is also going to be generally pretty good. Abdication of Victoria, not like this. We saw it in real time. No, Robert Peel. We actually are super okay with that. But let's take a look at some of these other blocks. I think that Construction 1 into Advanced Research 3 is just hyper meta. And anything that's not that is like a little bit of a difficult task for me. We see Construction 1 and a swap to militarized industry. Minus mill goods cost. Is that maybe good in multiplayer? I don't think it is, but... Could maybe be wrong about that. We see United Fronts led by France going for aggressive coordination for war goal maneuver cost, which I think is fine. Militarized industry. Is this something that the multiplayer meta is just like in on? That they're just like a fan of? The throughput? I don't know if I think this is good. Makes it so you won't run shortages, which helps with morale. I think I'd prefer Construction 1. We see the winners going Construction 1. Naturally. But maybe I'm overvaluing Construction 1 and it's really just about conquest. In kind of the beginning. We see Construction 3 out of Zohovarin. Notably, Prussia gets a lot of mandate, like relative to other blocks. And then Bengal is their own block. We'll take a look at them. We won't take a look at the Ottomans. We see creative legislature. We see an ideological union. Very interesting to see that. Let's see. Javanese uprising. You gotta hope that you don't have an uprising when the game is ending, because then you like lose out on that GDP. So 600k UK construction on the UK. Oh yeah, let's check constructions actually. So France, huge economic problems, 200. Austria, paused, rough. If they weren't paused, like 60. Let's see. Then we have Spain. Spain should hopefully be doing better. Spain's 75. Spain should really return this because they don't have market access. But I always like, I don't want to interfere in terms of giving people strategies and stuff, but also talking with the players, like you want to talk about it, and it's just like they're probably just not even thinking about how they should return Alsace, but they definitely should. Then we see UK, someone said 600 construction, 600 looking to spam the logging camps. Also expecting to see people add a whole bunch of construction sectors in the last 10 minutes because this is a really good way to crank up GDP really, really hard, especially if you aren't about to default. This is kind of hyper meta. We see you want to be like trending towards basically being on the verge of default when the game ends, but China is also on 540, and then Russia's sitting on 430. So while France was scraping the very bottom of the barrel in terms of winning that war, these guys were actually just constructing a whole lot. So this is something that's like less discernible normally, but this is like, this means that they like, even though like Team 2 didn't win that war, they kind of in some sense win that war, because during that time period of the war they get to grow their GDP while the other team's not. USA is on 300 construction. So this is after Connor took over. It looks like he's blasting into space on this one. Which of course you do, because you want to... There's 15 minutes remaining, or 20 minutes remaining. You have this entire line of 20 million line of credit to work with. And you don't care if you're on the verge of default by the end of the session. So definitely think that this is correct. And I don't think that this is a sustainable amount of construction, but it's correct in light of it being at the end of the session. Perhaps you want even more, but it's really difficult to gauge, especially if there ends up being a war. But I don't think there's going to be a big war unless Team 2 is doing the decking, which, with the idea of hurting GDPs, which is maybe correct, but we'll see if they do something like that. We see Prussia with 90 construction. And then EIC/Bengal with 45 construction. Really been spamming the opium. I don't think I like the opium, but... Look, opium PM is like really good. I guess they have if you have agrarianism. The opium PM's good, but... What's the price at? They also definitely should have nationalized all the UK's... Actually, they don't need to nationalize the UK stuff, because it doesn't increase their GDP. But, the price of opium isn't... It's minus 14. They don't have an opium company here. Like, they should be building logging camps instead. Right? The logging camps will have a much better return. Anyways, this is like, I'm being a nit over stuff. We see a pause from the UK player. Jesus. Jesus. He said we don't have enough India. I don't even know if you can enforce this by the end of the session. We got like 20 minutes, man. He knows the Bengal player? He's razzing our sweet baby boy? Okay, then that's fine. Balloon Recon is also pretty good. I actually don't have an evaluation on how good this is. Okay, we're gonna unpause now because it's... China at 550 is insane. No way they have the iron. Baby, they've been building the iron. They have the condensing engine pumps. They have British tech. Extremes. Pauses. Extremes is... I think he might be the USA player? No, he's not the USA player. What am I saying? Connor's on USA now. He's on that team, though. Is he Prussia or EIC? Okay. Well, either way. Look, I also think that... I think the UK can win this war. But this is just... This is going for the perfect score here. Except you need to somehow fight Team 1. Team 1's GDP is going to be a lot bigger, though, than it was during the check-in, because they no longer have the default. Russia sides with the British Republic, so we're just going to pause for them. New South Wales, of course, does leave the British Union, as one does. We do see a player war. Wouldn't nationalize the opium make Bengal more money? No, not really. It would make them more money. So it would make them more money, but like at this point, you probably don't want to do that. Prussia sides with Bengal. They are looking to stall it out, I think, as long as possible. Yeah, we'll let that one slide. Everyone kind of understands what's going on right now. I think it's fine enough. But this is just saying, look, we're making your score negative. Might not even be enough to make the score negative. I don't know why they just don't go for more. They're never going to cut down to size. They should just go for the full annex on Bengal here. Not that I think they enforce before the game ends, but... Can France put up a fight? How much money could they spend? France can't do anything. France is dead in the water. France probably has to delete construction down from 180 to forestall default. They're trying to scrape some GDP off of Sardinia Piedmont, which might not even, like, if there's a separatist movement, that'll just be, like, rough. USA going for Mexico's... Oh, they're going for actual Mexico. What's the idea here? They don't have... Okay, they are gonna get land access, but this is actually how you would do it, right? They're going for Jalisco is where they get the sea access, because this is where the GDP is, rather than going for, you know, the US places. You may not like it, but this is what peak borders probably looks like. That's probably also the best spot for GDP. It's hard to find this stuff out in real time, but I can't think of a place that stands out. Maybe Persia would be a softer spot than Mexico, but you're adjacent to Mexico. And I think it's marginal. Spain going after some stuff. Let's see Paul Allen's war, though, as it escalates. I don't know the idea here. UK doesn't really assign anyone to the fronts. Bengal's gonna push. Is there an idea? I mean, you have 14 minutes to enforce. I don't think they enforce... Maybe it's you just want there to be a player war, so you stall out the other players' GDP growth because you're so far ahead, but you know that they're going to grow. If this is the strategy, then I guess you don't really need to assign very many armies. They need to be careful, though. Where's Bahar? Like, bruh. Bahar's right there, my guys. You might just get enforced on. Probably not, but... We really wish we could get the numbers for 3v3v3v3v3. I am not... Logistically, I don't know if I would want to host that. More teams would be more fun, more miners to feed the infamy to. Also, what would the draft look like? There's 5 teams. The top 8 picks are way stronger, so you would have 3 really strong teams and then 2 kind of weaker teams. Not my gumdrop buttons. Prussia's getting slathered. I see Darkthorn pause. I'm not sure what... Darkthorn is not going to be the same name here, so we have no idea who that is. Certainly sounds a little angsty. But... I'm not sure who paused. I'm gonna do some investigating. Do you guys have the pause?
Yes.
Okay. Why are you guys paused?
Yeah, the British PD declared war on Spain.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
I just didn't see what the war was.
Nah, it's alright. Yeah.
And of
They're
course,
gonna kill
like,
us. They're gonna kill
now
us.
it's like
Journalists.
an eat. Now it's
Can
like
you,
an
can
eat
you and your like
effect.
and your like go beer powers like stop this war, please?
Stop what war? Why would I want to stop the war?
Please. Don't you love peace? Aren't you? aren't you supposed to be a peaceful man?
Well, I mean, I think what the strategy is here is they're inducing as many pauses and speed 3s as possible to lock in a high score.
Right.
Yeah, fair.
But that's...
I mean, at this point, they have
rules,
already
man.
won.
Yeah. Because I don't think they ever enforced on the Bengal, and they literally abandoned the fronts. So, like, but we are just going to be... I'm going to unpause, or try and be proactive.
Yeah, isn't the session ending in like 10 minutes?
Yeah, that's the idea. So they're stalling out people's GDP growth. Right? Because you guys...
yeah.
I definitely think that that's the idea. I can ask him. Let's see what Team 2 thinks. Hey guys.
Hello.
So you guys are declaring a bunch of last minute wars that aren't.
Yeah, we're getting the last minute gambits in, and they're not really working out.
They're not. Well, is the idea you're trying to enforce these wars?
Yes.
Okay.
It looks like Bengal's just gonna back down to this one now.
You have 10 minutes, so.
Yeah, if we can actually go to war with someone, we might be able to get something done.
But
that's the thing, we got to get to the war.
Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna go back to org. Wow, I thought they were like 5-heading it up, but they were not 5-head as I thought. Because I think the play here is absolutely like, good luck, my guys. You're never enforcing here. But I also think they win these wars. I think they can 6v3 at this point because their eco is not bad. France and Austria don't have a leg to stand on. Austria has a bankruptcy penalty. France is nearly defaulted, and UK combined with everyone else can just slap around everyone. So like, they probably should have declared these wars 20 minutes earlier, and then they would actually have time to enforce, but they didn't. So, I thought it was super cute though. I was very excited. I thought it was very cute that they're just like running down the timer. You know, if there are 8 good picks, then 4 teams for balance. But you want there to be an odd number of teams. The ganging up like aspect of it is important. Sardinia secession movement right now, not like this. We hate to see it. But yeah, the 10 minutes ago would have been better. South Atlantic slave trade, don't you want to stop this? Don't you want to enforce the Aberdeen Act? But I think that this is going to make it so Mexico's not going to get enforced on either here. Which, obviously this wasn't the intention. But, yeah, the problem here is that you need to full occupy not only Bengal, but... Oh, Bengal has no allies. Maybe this is enforceable in the next 8 minutes. If Bengal gets full occupied... And now we're observing... Oh, the British have assigned to the front. Did they get spagooted? Did they get raviolied? Did they get Wellington? We do see a pause. From Darkthorn. From the join, or the new play getting declared. And then he unpauses. I'm not sure what that's about. I'm not sure who Darkthorn is either. I guess I would like to know. I think there's a way I can check who... Yeah, I can check what country. I could try and click players, huh? Oh, wow, why'd they do that? They just needed to stall for 7 minutes. Did they get enforced on? Oh, not like this. Please, no. No, no. What a world, what a world. I'm melting. Okay, well, who's in on this? Don't think you need to... I don't know if you need to full occupy Cuba, but I don't think they have enough time. 6 minutes? God, if they enforce this... If they enforce this, they'll get a perfect score. They just need to tank... Team 1 probably has a positive score right now. They just need to tank that. And this is going to be the race for the perfect score. They have 6 minutes to figure it out. Oh, is he stalling out the time now? By starting a play?
For the GDP, but
did you start a play?
I'm trying to get violated.
That's you got to keep the game running.
I gotta keep the game running. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna add 20 seconds.
Okay.
Because now I suspect I talked about it with you guys. Now I suspect you guys are stalling it out.
No, I'm trying to get him to violate because like he's liberating everything. So okay, so Spain, what states do you need in order for me to violate you, or for you to violate me?
You're gonna violate me for basically Catalonia, Andalusia, Navarra. I think it's essentially you get Catalonia and Navarra off me. So
okay.
Those are the most crucial states, probably.
All right. Can you hover over it? Can you hover E button and tell me?
The one Catalonia is the one on the right.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I know where Catalonia is.
And Navarra is the one. It's
Oh
just
wait.
both on your borders.
Oh wait. No. I got a truce. That's why it's not working. I got a truce. 11 weeks. 11
You're
weeks.
truce with both. You just have to survive for 4 or 5 more minutes.
11 weeks, gamers. 11 weeks.
I think, well, so here's the thing. I think they're going to full occupy Spain at this point.
Yes.
I think they need to take Philippines as well.
They also need to take Puerto Rico.
No, only Philippines is a part, or sorry, only Cuba's a participant. And I don't think they know that they have to occupy Cuba. I'm not 100% sure though.
Well, I'll tell you what though, he's taking at like 6, so.
It's literally just liberate war goals. I don't think they need to occupy Cuba.
No, to auto-enforce rather than getting a tick down enforce. Like to full enforce, to instant enforce. I don't know if they have I don't know if they have the speed to enforce normally before the end of the session.
We only have like 3 or 4 more minutes.
Yeah, plus 20 seconds.
Yeah, plus those crucial 20 seconds.
I mean, it might matter. I'm like, I'm squirming in my seat right now. Because like, this either means a probable perfect score or not.
I know. Come on. You know, if only Vic 3 had the Vic 2 like rebel system. Oh, come on, just revolt, guys. The true patriots had to be in power.
Yeah, the revolution also causing like massive GDP drops is also a vibe.
Yeah, we can also just do that.
But I will go back to. Wow, this is so tense. I'm gonna go back to Lord. But it does look like it does look like they needed to occupy Cuba though. We'll see. This is all very exciting to me because like this is coming down to the wire on either probably a perfect score or not. It's pretty clear they had a plan with these 3. Otherwise, it makes no sense to pick Austria as 5th instead of China or Russia. Surprised how passive Team 1 is. Joey's generally super passive and just looks to eco up. They didn't go for either Portugal nor Italy. What was the point of their 3 picks then? Yeah, I'm not sure I like the Austria pick, but did the guy sound like he had a German accent? If he was German and the loud car on the Autobahn was already taken, then yeah, it looks like they're not going to survive this. It's too fast to tick. Feels like I'm on the wrong website. Yeah, don't let your children watch. Looks like another 100 construction was added for the UK. Some people might be adding construction at the end here. which is really how you should play to inflate the GDP as much as possible. But, yeah, it's gonna get... It's just like, it's literally like minutes of differential between this war getting enforced and not. Also pretty cute, Cuba's fighting this war for them. But I do think Austria makes sense if your plan is to catch, is to release Spain as Italy and just annex Spain for free. I don't see do the teams get to ban any countries during the select? No, they don't. How does everyone let Team 2 get away with those picks? I mean, I'm not a fan of Team 3 picking USA over China or Austria, I think. Like, Prussia, Austria would have been fine. I think UK is going to... Yeah, I don't know. The UK is going to get either China or Russia on the same team with them. So, but we are about to pause for the end of the session. We'll just tell everyone to come to org. That is the session. We still have to tabulate the score. That is the session, everyone. How many people are in here? We're gonna have to say it again.
Wow, that was so close. That was
real
like,
close. Minutes.
That was
like 1 minute or something of difference. 1 or 2.
Yeah, that was so close.
Just a little bit more like juice. A little bit more mobilization and Spain could have stood for another minute.
Yeah.
That was which might make it a perfect score. So I'm gonna calculate scores. You guys can talk a bit about the game. I thought at the end like Team 2 was being super giga-brained by trying to prevent other people from ecoing by stalling out with wars, but then you guys were just trying to enforce.
Didn't stall it out at all.
Yeah, what is it with these insane 2v2v2 metas and 3v3v3 metas that are coming out lately?
So my problem with 2v2v2 is there's still 2 really strong GPs on the table.
Okay, I misspoke when I was talking about like all the different meta strategies.
Oh. Yeah. Wow. Joey, you grew your GDP so much in the last like however many minutes.
Yes, I did. It's me.
Yeah, it's Joey.
It's me. Yeah.
Austria, of course, recovered because they declared bankruptcy, and so they stopped getting the throughput malice. And then Spain, unfortunately,
tanked.
Spain should have passed Alsace-Lorraine back as well.
Yeah, but it's alright.
Definitely no perfect score. Me did some stuff at the end. I annexed subjects.
Yeah, you had enough time?
No, I just had my teammates declare to conquer some of the states from them.
Oh, okay, yeah, that works.
I couldn't even do anything about it.
What is doing in like Colombia?
They're just vibing. You know, I hear Germans like going to South Africa.
I mean, they're in South America.
Yeah. It's close enough.
And they're both in the south.
But yeah, like in my one recent game, a single player game, I was playing as Austria. I did win colonization pretty early and did a historical. I was colonizing in Cameroon and in East Africa. I managed to get parts of Kenya, but just off of colonization.
The real question is, all right, for Team 2, who thought the deck on Spain? I want a name. Was it the Rat PD? If it wasn't PD, I'm gonna kill you. I will kill you in Kosei's server, man. You're dead.
No, please. We already made the treaty.
No, I don't care. I'll break it, bro. I'll break that treaty.
No. I'll get Bernal. I'll go
friendships, 1 3v3v3 at a time. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill you.
The Prussia got so much GDP. Yeah,
from Bengal. They took Bengal.
Oh, that's right.
The border gore in Bengal is horrific.
Oh, in my head, Team 2 took the Bengali stuff, not...
No, we bricked it.
I'm just confused. Yeah, you just bricked the war goals. Yep, that's what you did.
Unfortunate.
I'm not firing on all cylinders today. I apologize to everyone. But we do have almost final score. We do have to include the penalty on Team 1, who otherwise would have a score of 0.54. We're going to have to give you guys your penalty. So.
Like, the Germany, Team 3 also, like, did not pause at all when they attacked me, so...
I usually give people a warning and then tell them that there's going to be a thing, so I didn't give them a warning. I do wish everyone was better about pausing. I guess I need to... If one of you guys there is in the next session, remind me to remind players at the intro. Because it's better for viewership as well as, like, just... You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, everything about it is, like, going to be better, so... We'll make this...
People know that you're supposed to pause, but it's hard to remember in the moment to pause after you
I understand, and so, like, I'm trying to be, like understanding of, like, what's going on, like, from, like, both sides of it, but, like, it's also, like, it's important, because, like, if you get decked on and you don't notice, that's, like, such a big problem.
Yeah.
And that's, like, the biggest thing I'm trying to avoid, especially because you have a lot going on, and, like, this type of thing. I'm posting the scores before I Control-Z out the change. But we have, as far as the final score, which is going to be slightly off to what's being streamed right now, because I didn't want to mess up my spreadsheet, we have a score of 0.52 for Team 1, 14.81 for Team 2, and for Team 3, we have 1.35, which this is probably... going to be the highest score we see.
No, I have plans to get a perfect score at some point.
Good luck. I think that if Bengal doesn't, I think a big part of this is just cascading effects from Bengal.
Yes.
Like not releasing subjects.
Yeah.
So cursed.
Yeah.
Because then.
Yeah, and I think like this is going to be one of those one-off sessions.
Yeah, we're not doing a second session. I don't think a second session makes too much sense.
Yeah.
Because...
yeah, I already know I'm not playing a second session of this.
There we go. But just because I think that Team 2 is powerful enough to 6v3 from a theoretical standpoint. I think that... or 3v6. I think that having significantly lower ATM is, like, a bit of a factor. So for the draft, chat was talking a little bit about the draft, like consistently. They didn't like the Austria pick very much.
The Austria pick, chat. Yeah, the reason why, chat, is because we had to break up the Prussia and Austria Mega Germany.
Okay, that makes sense. The like counter argument is that Team 2 is still picking behind with 2 picks.
Right.
And you just expect them to do it, but either Russia or China was kind of what they were thinking.
Yeah,
I definitely think Spain picks fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's I think specifically now with the fact that Russia and China now are just one of those things that are basically, I think we need to treat as if it's a Russia Austria. I think now that someone picks like a Russia, someone has to pick a China. That's like in the opposite. That's like a different team. It's just something that you have to do now.
Yeah, unless it's like Russia's third pick.
Yeah. So.
I might get rid of... The main reason for having the no day 1 wars is no longer present, so I might actually remove that rule as well. Because the main reason was you would
like,
get
locked... What was
locked...
the original reason behind
You would get locked in a Diplo play. You'd get locked in a Diplo play, and you could only have 1.
Yep. Back in the good old days.
Yeah, so, like, there were also ways to completely prevent anyone from declaring wars. By locking them into Diplo play and then, throwing away the key. Like, making it impossible for them to enforce on you by just giving all your states to your allies. So, like, imagine Great Qing. You day 1, you deck on 3 other players, and then you give your entire coastline to your allies. Now, everyone else can't declare a single war. Right?
Lucky, are you mobilized right now?
Yes, I'm mobilized.
Yeah, it looks like some of you guys has added way too much or not too much construction. You added an appropriate amount of construction just to boost GDP at the end. But
yeah, our whole team been taxed for the last couple minutes.
Yep. It takes a while for SOL and to increase in the buy baskets, but it's also just like free.
Yeah, GDP growth, like no matter how much you do construction, is pretty flat in the early game.
Well, like the construction tends to have like an exponential effect, right?
Yeah. Yeah, at least so long as you can afford it.
It's just always going to look relatively flat. We saw a few like Wargle bricks happen. This is something that's been on the radar to like maybe be taken out, but I think it's fine. Prussia breaking the Wargle on EIC. We saw the front line get bricked with Alsace-Lorraine.
Yeah.
Was there anything else that got bricked?
We tried to brick the Rhinelands, but I got a truce, and EIC had too high relations and didn't notice in time.
Got it.
Yeah, and also, France bricked the Liberate Venice war goal.
That's right. Yeah.
They should have got violated sovereignty into the war, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, at that point, Russia had a metric ton of conscripts, so it's like French assistance really wasn't going to do much aside from solving
it would have if he didn't demobilize.
Reconscript. Yeah, I went to reconscript, and then on top of that, like I was like 2 million away from bankruptcy for like the last like hour, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not going to be good.
Definitely.
Yeah, we ended too soon for the great second invasion of Austria.
It wasn't going to work, PD. It really wasn't, man. It just wasn't.
I don't know.
You didn't know, man.
I think
guess what I had? I had shrapnel, so it wasn't gonna work.
So do I. Guess what? So do
Joey,
I.
you have no money.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I have ways. Okay, I have ways that I will keep secret.
Yeah, you'll rat the navy. You'll make me micro my navy.
Yeah, man. It's like Battleship, but for Victoria 3.
They said they wanted to give us a microlist game when it came to war, and instead it's just this weird, very strange micro.
Yeah.
It beats the metagame.
Yeah. Well, it's only because I didn't station troops on my home island. If I did, I wouldn't have had to micro as hard as I did.
and then it should be noted that like I was not. I'm not kidding. Like a day away from landing in London.
He was at 80%, and the boat, like 2 boats showed up and said no.
Yeah. So that war would ended. That war would ended pretty quickly.
But it didn't. Because I have eyes, Jilly. I can see when you naval invade me.
This is, by the way, UK and France talking for the viewers.
Yeah, and in single player, I barely even pay attention to my navies.
That's the single player experience is definitely like at least it's not as bad as 1.4. You would just put in 15 landings.
Oh, those were good. Do you remember that
crazy.
one? Remember that one where like I was the UK and literally it was like 20 landings all at once. It was, and
it's impossible
I think
to
crashed
defend.
the game.
Yeah, that led to the you can only have 12 landings per team rule.
Yeah.
If the game crashes once, we swap to 12 landings per team.
Yeah. Best rule ever.
That was not a rule to prevent the multi-landing cheese. It was a rule to prevent the game from crashing.
Like game death.
Was that final score after the penalties, by the way?
Yeah, that's the score after the penalties. The one in the spreadsheet doesn't include the penalty. We had to make sure that they didn't get 0.54 points. They got 0.52.
Yeah.
Really critically important. Really makes a big difference. It's about the integrity of the thing, right? You know.
Yeah, integrity.
Yeah, we cannot have them. We cannot have them cheating.
Fighting for a very serious prize here. So,
yeah,
that's true. I think I'll head out.
Godspeed. Yeah, I have to have a little bit of a thing. We might shake up the rules a little bit, but I'm also kind of fine with the rule set. No one went for the Suez Canal.
No.
To print bureaucracy. Connor, how does that work exactly?
You don't need the canal to actually do it. You either need to have this Suez province or be a great power with an interest in Sinai.
And what is it that you do? You just
we have over 1,000 bureaucracy when you are on your highest bureaucracy PM, and you have under when you're on your lowest bureaucracy PM. Then after you activate the Suez survey, you go to your lowest PM. Once it's close to finishing, you go back up to the high one, start it over again, and go back down.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah, okay.
That sounds like a lot of baloney.
Yeah.
I was
okay,
considering doing it.
Is that really
I
how
feel
that
like
works?
I'm not following.
I'm not following either.
It kind of simulates like an office job.
So the Suez survey gives you
costs
a
1,000
malus while you're completing it of minus 1,000 generation.
Yes.
It's not 1,000 extra usage. And so if you generate under 1,000, the game makes you have negative generation, which bugs out the code for
Got it.
The malus. I randomly discovered this while playing Bahrain.
As you do.
Well, because
As you do.
if you're playing someone that small, then like the Suez company is insane, right?
Yeah.
That's super cute.
Bahrain. I found this when I was playing Bahrain.
I honestly should use the canal companies a little bit more, but they also like
They take up
they fall off.
They're so good.
They're insane when you're small. They just
Yeah,
don't
but when you're
scale.
spending like hundreds of thousands, then
Yeah, it probably should just be like a tax modifier or something.
plus 50% taxes.
It's plus 50,000.
I mean, it should scale with the amount of convoys you're using.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think would be the best
Which
way
would
of
be a
scaling
percentage
it.
of world convoy usage.
Oh.
You could do that as well. Yeah.
That reminds me. Are we gonna do a DoD one, a DoD 3v3 or no?
I do want to do a DoD one. Also, I need to like have a little bit of a think because honestly, when I stream these, I get like half to a third of my viewership that I get when I stream solo. So like it's from a perspective of like doing videos and stuff. It's bad for me to be doing this.
Yeah,
But-
I mean, try it. Have the previous host just host it, and then you try that. It could be the fact that you're not playing.
Well, I think it would be bad for him too, right? Like I don't want him to.
That is true.
I don't want. Also, if I'm making the rule set, I absolutely like shouldn't be or like me being a player should be an exception, not the norm. It's like not appropriate, especially because we're playing for such a big prize that like it's
yes.
Can't really. Very cute the giving away your subjects land though at the end. Which is of course why the EIC is force released at game start.
You could try to do what Bo does and just try like a regular Vic3 multiplayer.
Yeah, I could do that. That would be different. That wouldn't be competitive.
Right. But it could be it could blend into like your playthroughs because like you're following like a story.
Yeah. No, definitely.
It could do that.
Bo also like he turns them into videos, and that's like where his revenue comes from. So like he isn't generating on the streams really, is my understanding. He just streams them because it's like kind of free, but it's like he's accumulating like video and stuff like that for.
I see. Yeah.
Whereas like this is the thing. Although I might hire an editor to edit down my streams into something that's watchable. I don't know.
Yeah, and then
You can also do like shorts on 3v3v3 as well because there's like some like good moments or something.
I feel like Victoria 3 is like really bad for shorts.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
I don't know. I mean, like, I'll be honest. Sometimes I do come across your shorts, and
they're all so old.
Yeah, I know they're really old.
Except for the one where I show my cat, but like, but anyway, does anyone have any last-minute thoughts, comments, concerns about the session? This session was really a weird one.
It was.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting that this was the same exact draft that we did as Team 2 last time, and it worked so much better.
So, no, it wasn't.
It was the same draft for Team 2.
Oh, yeah, for Team 2. Yeah, but it wasn't the same draft.
It was also
overall.
2 of the same people.
Interesting.
Like me and Lockie were UK and China in the last one.
Yeah, so like I had trouble. I was putting in because I was putting in for who played how many sessions like last time, and like I was having difficulty figuring out exactly what happened in the Targus thing without having to watch it all over again, in terms of who played what or who ended up on what team and this type of thing. But
well, you should go to the better ranking spreadsheet. It has all the info you could ever need somewhere in it.
Yeah, you know, not 100% a fan of it being called the better ranking spreadsheet or the generalist spreadsheet, but better. When you copy paste the spreadsheet and then like change a couple things, which, not that I'm disagreeing with the overall premise, that it is better, because I think you're spending more time on it than I am. But definitely not a fan of the name.
I think they call that a fork in programming.
It is a fork, yeah. But sometimes the community forks better, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You're not wrong.
Some people are better forkers than others.
Some people are better forkers than others. It reminds me of someone was circulating the spreadsheet and they copied my spreadsheet and then they took off by Generalist Gaming.
No way.
And then I was like, what? What are you doing here, my guy? It's like, this is like free use. Like, I put a lot of hours into this. I don't get anything from making the spreadsheet. I've thought about locking behind Patreon, but I don't want to do that. But, like, not that it would do anything, because it's just a link, right? But, and people would just share the link anyways, so it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm also surprised that Team 3 got as much score as they did. It really seemed like they were the ones falling behind. Yeah.
Well, they did a lot of things right at the end.
Yeah,
I had some plans.
Yeah, it came through. You got that 1.3 points.
They went for the lowest, the highest GDP stuff that was still available, basically.
Yeah.
Except maybe the Ottomans, but Ottomans are a little bit longer to enforce on than the Netherlands.
Yeah, like I tried to, and it didn't really work.
If I had the chance to form Germany, it would be much better for me, though.
Definitely. I think that what was interesting is, I think that the dogpiling Team 1 just seemed like a mistake to me.
It 100% was.
And I don't know who planned and who bridged the Team 2 teaming up with Team 3, but I think, well, it's like a meta mistake, but like maybe it's worth it if you get leadership.
Yeah, that was my main goal there.
But then you guys didn't get leadership, and Team 1 also got completely kneecapped. But like,
yeah,
it was great. I'd love to see it.
But like, even if there's an interesting like thought experiment, like, or not thought scenario, like, even if you get German leadership, if Team 1 is eviscerated, which they kind of were at the end of that, even though it was kind of white PC, they just had too much debt and bankruptcy and this type of stuff, and they basically couldn't do anything. If Team 1's eviscerated, even if you get German leadership, Team 2 can just turn around and just deck on you a whole bunch.
Yeah, that's 100% what we were going to do if we got leadership.
Yeah. So,
it's alright, lessons, yeah, it's a lessons were learned to just kill BD immediately.
Yeah, well, like, the incentive is really to prevent any sort of, like, if one team really runs away with it, there's not a whole lot to prevent them from just switching back and forth who they like whack like repeatedly. So
I'm surprised no one joined in to help Spain there at the end too. Like that, if someone joined, that would have stopped.
They were trying to violate sovereignty. That's why they paused, and I made them unpause, and I had 20 seconds to the clock. They were trying to figure out how to get France in there.
Yeah, but
if you got in there, that probably would have stopped it.
Right. Yeah, but I couldn't because there's an 11-month cruise. So.
Oh yeah, because you gave him Alsace.
Yeah.
Good decision. Good decision.
You could have.
Well, no, I had to.
Done something with Austria, but Austria might not have had an interest.
No. Yeah.
So.
But it's alright. I mean.
A lot of things went right for us. It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. So I'm gonna outro the stream. You guys can of course hang out, discuss the game, this type of stuff. I'm gonna go to negotiation, and yep. All right, you guys, we got a little bit of last minute chatter, but that was a very interesting episode. Also, I think this is gonna be the highest scoring episode we see. It wasn't a perfect score, so theoretically it could be improved upon. But the kind of early start with issues with Bengal. We did see. We also saw some war goal breaking, which is this thing that gets kind of underutilized. We saw war goal breaking here to prevent the taking of North Bengal, and this is something that's been on my radar to perhaps make against the rules, but currently it's not against the rules. So if something's the target of a war goal, you can just pass it to a teammate instead, and the penalty you pay for this is effectively infamy, and you can't really war goal pass or war goal brick a cut down to size. So long term, this is kind of the thing. I do think the horizon of knowing you're playing towards a particular time causes weird strategies at the end to become viable. So this is something else to keep an eye on. But maybe we take out the no declaration of war clause, because I can't think of a reason to keep it in. Especially with being able to declare on Great Qing being something that is going to be important overall for preventing shenanigans. A spy was bribed with a piece of the candy bar. You mean a piece of the opportunity to buy a candy bar, of course. There was not an actual candy bar, but rather an opportunity. So you can buy a portion of the candy bar. You go up to the 7-Eleven counter and you're like, hey, I would like to buy a part of a candy bar, and they say, what the hell are you on? Please get out of my store, you druggie. Yeah. I think we're going to conclude here, though. I hope you guys enjoyed. It was fun. I think that we might be back next week. I have to kind of have a little bit of a think what we're going to do. But I think we'll be streaming tomorrow for the Bosnia Sun run, although that run is maybe doomed to fail. Like 9 mortal men doomed to die. Anyways, YouTube algo stuff, there's links below, etc., mostly etc., and let's find someone to raid. Let's see if anyone's raiding in the Vic 3 category. Here, let's go back to Twitch. Oh no, we're not supposed to do that. Stream manager. See Victoria 3. Who's watching it? Certainly not it's us, but it is. HOV mod, it's got some viewers. Not even top of the category. Terrible. Okay, so we have, looks like someone's going Anarchy. Maybe that's interesting to watch. So I think we'll give them a raid. Bookworm 9389. He's also tagged with multiplayer, so maybe he's living the multiplayer life as well. Like we are. Probably not as chaotic, or perhaps more chaotic, because he does say Anarchy. So someone's declaring a rivalry in game, which is absolutely wild. Bengal's rivaled France, that's true. And then we'll also link this guy's stream to the YouTubers, so they can go on over if they would like. And other than that, we already said links and etc. So bye-bye now. Godspeed. And there goes the